Come on.
Okay.
Follow the finger, man.
Follow the finger?
Yes.
I did, and that's how I ended up with your mom. It's a Tuesday morning with the breaker. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
24 degrees right now. Feels like 8, and it is nasty.
Oh, yeah.
Nasty outside. Snow's coming. Wind's whipping.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's it.
I guess I oversold it. It is pretty bad, though. So roads are slippery. At least they were when we were driving in, so be careful.
All right.
Everyone be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Good to be back. I missed your guys' faces.
Nice to have you back.
Shut up.
Good to see you.
It is funny, like
Right.
when you're away from work for a day when everyone else is working. Like everybody feels the need to be like, "Oh, great to have you back. You didn't miss me. I was gone a day."
Yeah, true.
Let's
but
not-
you have to be nice.
Let's not do these lies. Just get to work. Get to work. Can I tell you guys a funny story?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to hear a funny story. I like a good funny story.
Oh, this is a cut up. This is a hot one I saw. On the
I bet
internet.
it's a real knee slapper.
So I'm flying home yesterday, right? Go through Chicago, all this stuff, and get home to Rochester like 5 o'clock last night. If you listened to the show yesterday, I was already hungover.
Sure.
I'm all banged up.
Hey, you were dragging.
Yeah, it was not all right. So I get home, and I left my car at the airport so my wife wouldn't have to move things
Perfect.
around, right? So I
Yeah.
just got to grab my bag, get the hell out of there. And as I'm walking out of the security area into the lobby of the airport, there are 2 cameras from different news stations here in town set up.
Okay.
And I got my Bills jacket and my Bills hat on, and this kid who works for one of the stations, he's like a cameraman, I guess. He runs up to me, sprints to me. He goes, "Hey, excuse me, can you help me? Can you help me? I have to do. They want me to interview fans coming from the Kansas City game. Did you come from the game?"
Okay.
And I go, yeah. He goes, "Can I talk to you?" I go, "Listen, man, listen." I go,
I've been everywhere already.
"It wasn't that.
People are sick of my face.
It was."
Pat Duffy on the TV again.
I told him.
Number one Bills fan.
I go, "Listen, man, I host a radio show. I don't know if you want me. I don't know if I'm the guy you're looking for." And he goes, "What?" Which made me in the moment realize you must be doing a real good job in radio if someone else who works in media not only doesn't know who you are immediately,
Yes.
after you explain it to them, they also go, "What?"
Okay, I just need a comment.
So I go, I get my bag, I'm ready to leave,
Yeah.
and the kid comes up to me again, and he goes, "Listen, I'm desperate. Can you please help me?"
Wow.
And I go, "We've all been there in this business." What?
Yeah.
What?
This is so funny. Like he's begging.
Well, I don't know
Nobody
if
else around.
Yeah,
Maybe he's
yeah.
on a time crunch.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
So I go, I'm going to help the kid out. I've been there doing
Yeah.
this job. I go, yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay.
So I do this thing with this news station. The guy with the other camera comes up to me, says the same thing. "Look, man, I need something. Can you help me out here?" Yeah.
Same guy, 2 stations.
So I do the other one, right? So then as that's happening, some folks who listen to the show that were at the airport also, they come up to me and we're talking about the show, and I had taken a picture with one of them, the selfie, really nice people. So, okay, time to go home.
Wow.
So finally, I'm about to walk out, and this guy, tall, 60s, long hair, ponytail, horseshoe balding,
Oh, man. Total hipster.
looks like a member of Steely Dan.
Okay.
He comes running up to me. He goes, hey, can I get a picture? And I go, yeah, of
Oh, he's
course.
probably an old
Big
CMF
fan of the break room, huh?
back
What
in
I-
the day.
What I figured,
Yeah,
fine.
classic
Yeah.
rock, sure.
Hey, happy to do it. Always nice to meet a fan. So we take the picture, and I go, hey, man, take care. Nice to meet you. He goes, hey, what position do you play? I go, what?
Position.
I go, I don't
Position of what?
know. And I'm gone, man. I'm exhausted. I'm sorry. He goes, what position did you play? Sorry about last night. And I realize he must think I'm a member of the Buffalo Bills.
He thought you were a
camera
player.
on ya. People are taking pictures.
Yes.
You're old ass.
What do you mean?
So not even hockey. He's going straight to Buffalo Bills football.
You're 40 years old. What position would you play as a damn near 40-year-old person?
First of all, I'm 38.
Which is 40.
Second,
Which actually, in football years, you're 70.
Second, I've been told I could pass for 37 and a half. What do
Still
you-
old.
Look, man,
I
I'm
look at Von Miller is old, and I realize he's younger than me.
Yeah, you're old too.
How old? Yeah, Bob Miller's what, 34?
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, I'm Aaron. I think there's only Aaron Rodgers would be older than I
Yeah,
am
Yeah,
in
that's
the
what I'm
NFL
saying.
right now. Yes, and then what's that? Calais Campbell's like 1,000 years old in
I
Miami.
don't even know.
No, but look, I wasn't trying to pass myself off as a football player. He got confused or thought I didn't know. I didn't do it.
Well,
That dude was stoned. What a stone bag this guy is.
well, okay.
He sees a tall guy. You do football?
The only thing I'm thinking is, and I've seen you do this,
Me?
as
What do I
you
do?
admit to doing this as you get older. Everybody looks younger to you as
True.
you age. So like maybe he would have put Pat in his 20s or 30s based on what he thinks a kid is.
I'm right here. I'm standing right here. You guys are talking about.
He has old man eyes.
He's ugly and he's old. But
Old
maybe
man eyes.
He saw you as an athlete through his old man eyes. I'm trying to help.
I am 6'3" and in somewhat decent shape.
No, you're in shape, but you're not
You're
in
not
like.
but you don't.
When you meet those dudes,
They're giant human beings.
right. Their hands, their heads, their neck. Those guys
everything
are
about them
massive.
stands out in a crowd.
You've told me several times I got a giant head.
Yeah, but not like an athletic head, more of a doofus head.
I've been going doofus a lot lately.
Yeah, you must be watching a show called Doofus Confidential on Netflix. Did you guys catch Doofus Confidential last night?
But those guys' necks are
Look,
like tree trunks.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Well, I said maybe he thought he was like a backup kicker or
What?
punter or something.
A backup kicker?
Oh, those guys are so
they
sad.
go long. They go long.
They do go long, but they're so sad. And then you don't look like a rich guy either.
Thank you.
Yeah, because what Bills player
Wears
would
Bills
be in
stuff
old
around?
Bills garb with
I
some
guess-
beat up hockey bag with duct tape on? All those guys have like those designer bags and they're all blinged out. You don't have no bling. You don't even have those fancy headphones anymore. Didn't they break on you?
What the hell did I do? I'm just telling you a story.
I'm just saying what you look like.
No, I didn't. It's not like I walked into the airport and was like, I'm a Bills player. Like, I wasn't trying to pass myself off. I was just standing there.
I tell you who you
also-
look like, the equipment manager.
That, by the way, we know the equipment manager. That's an insult to the equipment manager.
Yeah, I could understand if he thought you were part of the team in some way.
Yeah.
But it'd just be weird that you're flying into Rochester. Like,
yeah.
You missed the flight with the rest of the team on Sunday?
So it's funny you say that. So again, if you're just joining us, I get to the airport in Rochester yesterday. I'm gassed. There are these two cameras from stations in town, different stations. They're looking to talk to Bills fans that had been at the game. And I go, listen, man, you don't want to talk to me.
Yeah.
I'm a big radio star that you don't recognize. So, so they get desperate. They ask me to do it. And so this guy asked to take a selfie with me, asked me afterwards again, what position do you play?
Yeah.
And after that happens and I realize what he's asking me, this old guy, I go, oh, no, man, I don't play for the Bills. I was at the game yesterday. And he looks me up and down and he goes, "Whew," and then he walks away.
Wow, like he was insulted.
How dare you trick me?
But I didn't. I was just standing there. Like, what do you got? It's going to be really hard
Well,
to
maybe- you know what
delete that picture you just
I
took.
wonder if he thought that you were faking being a player and that's why people were taking pictures with you. I don't know.
If I was faking being a player, I wouldn't have said, I'm not a player.
Well, those people over there, but not you, sir.
Should I have just gone with it?
Yeah, probably make the guy's
No.
day.
Because God
What's the
forbid that
difference?
ends up on his social media.
cares?
And then that gets passed around and we're like, Pat didn't tell this guy. and
We
then he
could use the
wasn't a player.
attention.
I mean, it would be, definitely, because guys
Yeah.
who work at TV stations don't know who we
Yes.
are. I mean, it would be pretty. Anyone else doing it would be sad, but I think for us three, it'd be pretty damn funny. Right?
We'd enjoy it.
And by the way, I've been mistaken for athletes in the past. Shut up. Professional athletes. Shut up.
Like who?
When I was at Wegmans one time, someone thought I was former Buffalo Sabre Ryan O'Reilly.
I just want to point out that was like 10 years ago.
Oh, was it that long ago?
Still happened. Still
Just
happened.
saying.
I mean, it's happened to a few people in town here that kind of look like those people.
You thought one particular person was a Celtics legend for years.
Yes, that's true. And I think who was that? I forgot.
JoJo White
Yes, because I think he's from this area, or he moved
here.
And I used to see him at Wegmans all the time.
You didn't know it wasn't him.
Bro, I was right. First of all, he's tall, he's older, and I was standing right next to him. At
Wait, hold on. We're talking descriptors in the pitch for Wegmans. Tall, older. That was it. Because there's lots of tall old guys walking around.
Okay, he was a black man. Yes.
Yeah. Well, JoJo White is a black guy.
which would help.
Yeah.
Pull off the
I just find it
impression.
funny. Like, you're so scared. Like, you don't want to besmirch, what
A
people.
large, tall man.
Well, I don't want to
Pittsburgh
sound
think-
racist.
He is a black person.
He is. And I was standing next to him, so I was trying to look at his hands, and he had big hands.
Yeah,
you know,
Kimmy, they say if you want to find an NBA player, you look at the hands.
but no rings.
Nobody wears their
yeah.
championship
No,
rings.
No, but
Makes
like
sense.
usually you have like the like maybe not wear your championship rings, but you wear some of the rings.
No, you don't.
You don't?
No.
And he didn't have a watch on because I was saying to see if he had a fancy watch.
Okay.
I mean, most athletes, have some kind of jewelry on them.
Maybe like day to day is not like he was at Wegmans.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're talking to a guy, Tommy, who dresses up like he's going to
Yeah.
prom to go to Wegmans every day. Also, guys like that back in the day, they didn't make that much money.
True.
You know what I mean? So
True.
he wouldn't have had like generational wealth to buy a Rolex.
I mean, it looked like he had some bank.
Okay. Well, yeah,
'Cause-
he was in Pittsburgh.
I did follow him out because I was leaving at the same
This is getting
time.
weird.
I had a really nice ride.
Kimmy, can I stop the story
How
real quick?
far out of your way did you go to find out what he drove?
2, 3 parking
I
lots.
don't know where my car is.
Usually I don't. So
Kimmy, let's just time out from the story real
Okay.
quick, because like this story starts and it's embarrassing in several ways for me. The old man, picture, cameras, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He makes fun of the old man for mistaking me for a football player.
Yeah.
Makes fun of me for being mistaken for a football player. Then proceeds to tell a story where he did the exact same thing the old man in this story
but it
did.
all checked out.
Yeah, but
like,
what was your goal though? Because you didn't want to take a pic. You're
No,
not like
no,
a
no,
picture
no.
taker.
I kept egging him
just-
on.
You're not an autograph
No,
seeker.
I'm not.
So you literally just did that just to stalk the guy?
Well, I'm not stalking. I mean, he was
Maybe a little
there.
bit.
I didn't like wait at his car, and he kind of dressed like an old athlete would dress.
How so?
He had on sweats, like he may have been just shooting some hoop.
That's
you know,
every old
He was
guy.
wearing-
at
sweats.
DeWy or something. And he also kind of older, tall athletes. You know, they always kind of struggle when they're walking
Oh, my
too.
That's
God.
just tall people in general.
But you know, he had that old guy. You know,
Strut.
yeah, but it's like bent over a little bit. He was struggling a little bit. Not a lot.
Okay,
you know.
so he's out shooting hoops, but he's also struggling to walk. That's
We see those
like a
guys
tough
in the
combo.
NFL. They walk down those stairs. It look like they're crippled. Next thing you know, they come out and they're fine.
Yeah, but you also had that problem before you had your back surgery. And what are you, a jockey?
Oh, I was riding something last night. Yeah. Yeah.
As Tommy explains what he was thinking,
Hmm.
I guess we can put all the pieces together and understand, one, what happened yesterday and why that guy was so frustrated. It seems guys of your generation.
Yeah.
And, Kimmy, I think this is because, guys of that age, like with their sports heroes, and not for you, like whatever, Don Delaney, what the hell was his name?
Don Garlis.
Yeah, that's what I said.
He's still alive.
Have you talked to him lately?
No, he didn't call me.
Like, Kimmy, they didn't have social media and stuff like
Yeah.
that, so they
Yeah.
didn't have
Autographs
Stu-
were
you,
big.
you didn't
Yeah.
get to keep up with your favorite athletes.
There was no feel of connection.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah.
kids today, right? Like, you can interact with athletes on social
You know
media.
what they're doing up to the minute.
So, like, the idea of you're going to see a professional athlete in person is so super cool
Yeah.
that as you're hearing Tommy explain why he followed a man through a parking lot of the Pittsford Wegmans, you start to look for things that confirm what you already
No,
think.
yeah. You
Right?
look
Like,
for tells.
he's tall, he's wearing sweats, he's got a nice ride, he's walking hunched over.
Little hunched.
No other guy in his 70s does that.
little struggling.
And like this guy yesterday, right? Like I'm in a Bills jacket, I'm on camera, somebody took a selfie with me. Like, okay, like it's confirming all of the things he wants to believe. I just don't know why I would have flown into Rochester had I been
Yeah,
a Bills player.
it's a little
Like explain
confusing.
that part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You know what I'm
weird. And you don't have any ink.
Well, I was in long sleeve and pant. What I got?
Bro,
a
those
back-
guys got ink all over them.
I'm looking at Josh behind you right now. He's not a tattoo on the kid.
How do you know?
I'm looking.
He could have a place you don't see it.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like if he had a jacket on, you wouldn't have
But
seen
he
it.
might be the only guy on that team that ain't inked.
I
Okay,
don't know. Maybe he's got something hiding somewhere.
a Haley on his ass cheek.
Yeah, you never know.
But he's like the top guy. Like you wouldn't be that guy.
What are you talking about? There's top guys that have
Yeah.
tattoos.
No, I'm saying
Aaron
like,
Rodgers got all kinds of weird ass tattoos.
Yeah, I don't want to read them.
You can't, anyways.
So, old Steely Dan looking dude.
Yeah.
If you're listening, I'm sorry I did nothing and you got mad at me and mistook me for a Bills player. We got a dynamite. Never meet your heroes. Got to break it for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday.
Oh boy,
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
What's that mean, Tommy?
where are the Bills in the hood?
Not in the airport in
No.
Rochester. We have a post from the Neighborhood app. We are back to our regular time, regular day. Kimmy's going to read that post from the Neighborhood app you guys have sent her. Tommy, we're going to listen.
You have to listen.
And we're going to figure out where they whine in just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Set your phone alarm or stay with us all day.
Yeah, enjoy.
You got nothing else going on. What are you going to do? Stand around the Rochester airport waiting for guys that look like Bills? Don't do that. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of old guys and bitches, one of the biggest complaints from your generation,
Yeah.
the people today, they don't go outside anymore. They keep themselves plugged into their phone.
Hey, they don't socialize.
Yeah, no awareness of anything
Yeah,
but the
that's part of the community.
Exactly. Well, I got a story in front of us that tells you you're wrong.
Oh,
Because more people than ever in the history of New York State did this in 2024.
whoa.
We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. All I hear today, Tommy,
What's that, buddy?
people are buried in their phones.
Oh, yeah.
We're not active anymore. We sit around locked inside the house.
Look at us.
Antisocial, no sun on our skin. We're turning into pale weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
But this tells a different story.
Oh, what are they saying?
What if I told you that never in the history of the great state of New York have more people been outside doing this?
What are they doing?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. You know, one thing's for sure. We are definitely a go, 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 go kind of society.
Oh, sure.
And that's changed the way we consume things. For example, if you stop to get a cup of coffee, that's coming in a cardboard, paper, plastic cup,
Yeah.
and you're on your way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one major company is banking on that's not the way we want to live anymore.
So what? We want to slow down?
We want to look like giant douches.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, the New York State Park System,
Oh.
state parks, announced last year they broke records in all-time attendance.
Damn.
We have around 18 million people in New York State. Do either of you want to guess how many visits were made to state parks in 2024?
I don't even know how many state parks we have. Like,
Yeah.
A handful.
well, yeah, you got Letchworth. Like, that's your big boy.
Well, here, right?
Do they count like? I mean, that's a dumb question.
Well, I mean, what other question do you ask?
Do they count like Central Park as a
I think
part
that's
of
a
the-
city park.
But that was so. These
Like
are
a
just
state
state
park.
parks.
Oh my God! It's how
Well,
many
to
people
his point, I guess I don't know how many state parks.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know who
Park.
runs Central Park.
Welcome to the break room. It's Central Park Park.
I don't know a state
Oh,
park.
yeah,
I don't know.
GMF.
Does the state run it?
Okay.
Does the city run it?
The city. It's got it's
the
a
city
ci-
doesn't do a damn thing for
New
anybody.
York
Don't even get me
State
started about the water department.
has over 250 state parks.
I'm gonna say how many people visited. Everybody. Everybody went to the park last year.
Give me 18 million people.
I'm
in New
gonna say
York.
20 million.
Okay, Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
18. How many visits?
Visits.
Yeah. Let's go with. I'm gonna go 30 million.
30 million.
Well, you're both way off.
Okay.
88.3 million
Wait.
visits
Wow.
to state parks last
88?
year.
Holy crap.
88.3, which means on average, every
So
man.
some idiot's going back 10
Well, yeah.
times.
Yes.
I will
That's
say
how
like, the
math works.
outdoors people like they. I mean, that's their hobby, right?
Yeah.
So they probably go a lot.
I mean, on average, every man, woman, and child in New York State made 4 visits to a state park last year. And
Wow.
I know that's not how it actually works, but I'm just
I
trying to
know.
put it in perspective.
Yeah, that's a ton.
By the way, that was 4 million more than the previous record, which was set in 2023. It's
I got a
trending up.
question.
Okay.
What are we doing in these parks?
Hiking, swimming,
Yeah, enjoying nature,
All right.
camping,
bird watching.
watching
Ooh, I
birds.
forgot about bird watching.
My. So look, but what I'm saying is,
I am shocked.
It's not like all of a sudden this exploded. It's been trending up the last couple of years. They're consistently setting records with people showing up in New York State. So I guess the question becomes, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, are we back in on outside?
It sounds like it.
But it
Even
does,
though we don't look like it.
Do you
okay,
think
see, there you go.
you're saying back in on outside or getting into outside?
Well,
Are
like
you-
there was a time
There was a time
Thank you.
outside.
where like people went outside. They went out and they
Oh,
enjoyed
fair.
nature and hiking
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
all that stuff. And as technology got better, of course, it kind of went away. There was
more
more
entertainment.
Yeah, more cool stuff to do. And to Tommy's old man complaint a second ago, the number that we have here that we set a record with 88.3 million visits to state parks last year doesn't add up to all the complaints we hear about people not living in the moment, being on their phones, inside 24/7.
Yeah.
You can't enjoy a state park without being outside and active.
Well, that's true.
And locally, we're super popular too. Last year, Letchworth had over 1 million visitors. I believe Watkins Glen had 1.88 million visitors.
So
State-
Watkins Glen's
State park,
All right.
not the racetrack,
Right.
unless they're racing in the state park. Which I
Is that on a state park land?
no, I was a joke.
I don't know.
I don't think
you
it-
you act like you know these things, but I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question.
What?
Just two guys talking.
Talking right now.
You think that the state of New York goes, this is a beautiful state park we have. You know what we should do? Build a racetrack for cars with gasoline.
Wouldn't that be
Pavement.
cool?
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Yeah, then they maintain it.
How about a state park with a McDonald's in the
And you know what they
middle of it?
get? They get all the ticket money.
He's doing the money sign. No, you could build. You get more ticket money building a private track. Stupid. This break is a disaster. We have screwed this up so
We're
bad.
not.
How
None of us
many-
are really outdoorsy people.
It's not even outdoorsy questions.
I hate
It's did
woods.
NASCAR build?
I hate the woods.
Which is weird though, because you seem like a nature guy.
I like
have you ever
outside,
Extreme nature guy.
but like to just go to a park and just look at it.
Well,
Like I could do it
well,
once.
I will say you don't have the proper shoes for
I don't.
walking in nature.
Like I remember, I went down to Letchworth once with my wife. It was nice. It was breathtaking. She wanted to go again. I go, why? It hasn't moved.
Well, the leaves fall. There's new leaves.
Yeah, great. But like, could you look at that twice?
No, I'm with you. I hate hiking. I don't get people
But I
who
mean,
hike.
it's breathtaking. It's beautiful.
I don't even want to go once. It sucks.
The exercise.
I told you, my wife tried to get us into hiking a couple of years ago. I went with her one time. I was miserable. I don't want to
Wet
go again.
shoes.
Yeah. Wait, you tell me that my shoes are going to get wet. I'll wear different shoes. Got cloth sneakers on.
Yeah.
Kimmy, are you a hiker? I mean, you're a pothead. Those two things normally go together.
No, I'm a little bit scared of nature. Like, I could do like the easy stuff, like the trails that are kind of already there, you
Okay.
know what I mean? But like, I don't like to go like too deep into the woods. It's just not, I think it freaks me out a little bit.
I believe with the state park, aren't you supposed to stay on the trails that are already there?
Well, that's what I mean, though. Like more like commercialized stuff. Like, you know how like there are some people like you're not like really in nature if you're doing that.
Man.
But that's
It's such corporate nature, man.
that's my level of outdoors.
Yeah, and your fat
don't
ass got
camp.
lost with your crew.
I did almost die in the woods of Pennsylvania when I
With
was
your
18.
boys.
Yeah, it was not good. Well, yeah, because we brought 48 blue lights and no water.
Yes.
A little bit of an oversight. All right, 252 WCMF. With these numbers that we have now, that we're setting records in New York State with visits to state parks. Again, 18 million people live in New York State, 88.3 million visits to state parks last year. Are there people listening that weren't hikers, outdoorsy people that have become that the last couple of years? Because I would make the guess. I'm sorry, Kimmy, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's a lot of people that I know that did get into it recently. It was because of COVID and just wanting to get out and do something new, and then they figured out they really liked it and they stuck with it.
Yeah, didn't they give you like incentives to go fishing and stuff? Remember that? They were
Yes.
pushing all
There's
that,
that too.
waiving the fees and crap.
Yes, New York State, in an effort to get people outside. And I mean, look, you see these numbers. It's working. Not only with the fishing programs, they also did it with camping,
Hunting.
and they're doing it with hunting. So, I mean, living in New York State, you realize there's a hell of a lot more places to go camping and hunting than there is to go hang out in, New York City. But it's always weird when, like, this conversation comes up with someone not from New York. Like being in Kansas City this weekend, they thought I lived in, like, a skyrise.
Yeah, I mean, they just think of New York City. That's it.
Yeah.
But it's Buffalo. I mean,
I know.
they clearly show where we are every time the game's on.
I don't think anybody pays attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you not see them, Niagara Falls, and them flipping the wings?
But I'm wondering if you ask many people around the country how close Niagara Falls is to
Yeah.
New York City, they probably think it's like in the
No, you
suburbs.
just pop
Yeah.
on the train and get there.
Yeah.
9 hours.
They probably think
later.
it's like where Poughkeepsie is.
All right, so Tommy, let me ask you this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I were to introduce you to someone and I go, they're a guy who loves to hike, can you in one word describe what that person is?
Boring.
Oh. Kimmy, would you agree?
Oh, I was going to say super in shape.
That's
Like-
three. That's 3 words.
In shape.
2 words.
Fit.
Keep
Fit.
going.
Thank you.
Fit.
Hey, all right.
There
Actually,
we
in
go.
shape's probably 1 word. I'm an idiot.
I don't know.
So you wouldn't think of that person as boring or lame or nerdy?
No, I mean, like, I think of myself as boring and lazy. Like, that person's
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah, we saw the
not.
ratings.
We share the same hobbies, man. That person's definitely not, like, they're a go-getter. Like, they like to get out and do stuff and, be active. Just not my thing.
Okay, can I say something?
Yeah.
But
It's too late now.
look at that.
All right. So I know a couple. I got some buddies who like to hike, right? And it's not like they're in bad shape.
But they're
Really?
not like
They're not in great
Right,
shape.
they're
Most
just
of the people
yeah.
I know, I think they're just active in everything. Like
Okay.
it goes beyond hiking. Like
Okay.
they work out a lot.
beyond
They-
hiking.
The
Like,
most-
yeah, they don't rely on just the hiking to stay in shape. They're also like runners.
Okay, all right.
And they ride bikes everywhere.
Okay. Like I mean, I don't get the hiking thing either. I'm with you, Tommy, but you have to admit it's an easy way to get good exercise, right?
Yeah, or lost or eaten.
You also get out of the busy world and you get to just be with yourself or your loved one for a little while.
But that could also suck after a while.
Yeah, but unless you love your spouse.
No, but like even like you run out of stories, you start getting tired. I would just at some point I'm just gonna start getting really miserable.
Okay.
doing it.
So
Yeah,
you're a
as a-
toddler.
No, but like I love how he says that like he's not going to do that wherever he is.
Yeah, but I'd rather be
you have a
comfortable.
time
and
limit
miserable.
everywhere.
Look, as soon as we get to
Isn't everybody?
As soon as we get to 8:40 this morning, he's already on hike mentality. No, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is it a love of nature that is bringing people out to these parks, or is it a need to be active? Because if we look at the other like really popular trends the last couple of years, pickleball has become huge.
Yeah, right, yeah.
It's taking over parks in the greater Rochester area. You have to be active for that, but it's not about nature. It's about moving around and having fun.
Yeah.
So maybe it's less about looking at leaves and seeing a beaver and more about wanting to move around, get out of the house.
All right, just do a escape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I mean, you need a distraction from something. And, I'm going to throw out a theory there here. social media was fun at one time, right? It was a nice distraction from like the real world.
Yeah.
And the last couple of years, social media has kind of become a complete tire fire, right? Like doom scrolling. Every time
Sure.
you jump on one of
Getting
them,
weird.
Exactly. It's gotten weird.
Yeah.
That's less of a fun distraction anymore. Like looking at a tree may be more calming,
All
settling,
right.
and
Yeah,
entertaining.
like a little zen.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's social media that brings you to that tree.
Good point.
I mean, like there are some parks.
Oh, you're talking about the Instagram tree.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are parks and places I've learned about that I've never heard of because of social media. So kind of, I don't know. It kind of benefits you in that way too.
But I don't
You're-
think just because you do all this stuff is like you're an outdoorsman and you're in shape.
What do you mean by that?
Well, because I mean, to your point, we know guys that get out and do this stuff that don't look like they get off the
Yeah,
couch.
but
Okay.
do they do
Like
it
they
a
don't
lot?
change.
Are they like regular outdoors people, or they do it like
I don't
once?
know, but like my old man, if you ask him, he was an outdoorsman. He loved to fish. He loved to play golf. He was in horrible physical shape. But if you asked him, oh yeah, he used to hunt back in the day.
Okay.
But he wasn't like an in shape outdoorsman. You know what I mean?
Sure,
He wasn't going to look like the brawny towel guy.
I know you bring up a good question. Like of the 88.3, the record-setting 88.3 million visitors to state parks in New York last year, how many of those are folks looking for a nice quiet walk for an hour or two, and how many of those are like hardcore camping, fishing, outdoorsy?
I mean, I'm going to guess like the hardcore it's going to be a small number.
I agree with you.
I'm guessing like the majority, like probably 60% are, diabetic.
All right, so you're saying like there's more casual outdoor folks than like
What do you think?
big population.
especially if you have kids. I mean, how into it can you be if
Well-
you have like small kids?
Well, I do remember talking about this a couple of years ago, and I believe it was Jeremy that called us up because it was after I went hiking with my wife. And
Yeah.
I hated it, and I was asking why anybody does this. It's free.
Yeah,
Or
true.
right,
super
but I'm
cheap.
saying like,
Yeah.
So,
but
like-
I would think you can't do super advanced trails and stuff if you have little ones. Like you're probably not out there all that long because they're gonna get bored.
Agreed,
you
but
know?
I mean, you can find things. I mean, everything's magical in a kid's eyes. You can find things to be entertaining along the way. Like, look, if you have kids and you go out to do one thing, it's $100. No matter what it is,
Yeah, true.
it's going to cost you $100. So $100, no dollars.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's good for the kids. They're getting out. They're learning something.
If you don't end up in urgent care, yeah, it's a cheap day.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right.
You're going
Five,
to twist something.
5 free trips could be wiped out by one urgent care.
You're going to twist a knee, an ankle, or the truth, but something's going to break.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Well, on this hand, we have people yearning for a less busy, hectic world.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess it kind of rolls into this story because, with the lives that we live, you get up, you got to be to work at a certain
you
time.
gotta get your hustle on.
You need your coffee.
Oh, yeah.
So you get it the way we've gotten it for the last 40 years. You drive through a drive-through, you grab a paper, cardboard, plastic cup, and you take off and go about
The
your
way
day.
America does it, buddy.
The biggest coffee company in America is now banking that folks don't want to do that anymore.
So what do I do? How do I get my coffee?
Well, that's just it. I'm going to explain.
Mm.
And this comes down to personal preference. I'm going to need to lean on you guys because I'm not a coffee drinker.
Yeah.
But it does kind of feel like the people who will do this are doing it for the look
Okay.
more than anything else. We'll tell you all about it next here at the Break Room on WCMF. Tommy, it used to be
What's that?
going out to eat or drink. You were supposed to feel fancy. Right now, our lives are so busy. The faster we can get in and out, the better.
Sure.
But one major company, like the biggest coffee seller in America,
What are they doing?
is banking that you want that to change.
Okay.
Try that again. Second day of the hangover. Because when you sit down to have your coffee, they're now going to make you feel like a fancy boy.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. Breakups are hard.
Oh, sure.
Right? We've all been through it before. But there's a worse kind of breakup than just the baseline breakup because you don't realize until you witness it or experience it where the breakup can happen is very important.
Oh, like where it physically.
Yes, where the decision is actually made.
Okay.
Is a very important thing.
Oh, sure.
And that is something I witnessed with my own eyes yesterday.
Damn.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Big announcement from Starbucks.
What are they doing?
Over the weekend. Tommy, normally when you get a coffee from Starbucks, if that's your brand, right, you get it in a cardboard or a plastic cup.
Yeah.
Okay? You drive through, you pick it up.
Yeah.
But there's a new option.
Which is?
Starbucks will now begin to offer their beverages in ceramic mugs and glassware for customers who want to enjoy their coffee inside of Starbucks.
Oh, so go in and sit down.
You got it.
I mean, they kind of have that already, right? With the indoor-outdoor seating and all that stuff.
But the cups were plastic or cardboard. Now,
so I'm going to get a
ceramic mug or glassware.
Right.
Yes,
that's it.
So they're also going to offer free refills, and I guess there's some certain thing you have to sign up for of hot or ice brew coffee and tea for folks that want to stick around and enjoy their drinks there.
Yeah, but nobody's doing that now. Like, if I'm busy, how does this change anything?
There's two things here. One, it sounds like Starbucks wants to keep you around their restaurants longer. Two, it seems they believe that enough people want their coffee in ceramic mugs that they're going to offer this.
It feels like a lot of independently, small business, those little types of coffee shops around town, they will serve you, if you plan on sticking around, they'll give you a cup that you're supposed to return. And maybe Starbucks kind of sees that. They want that kind of local business feel.
Oh, you think that's what it is?
I don't know.
So
that's what it reminds me of.
That's what it is. You want to sit around a cafe and drink a little porcelain cup of coffee and sip it while you chain smoke. Complain about the government.
May also encourage people to stick around longer.
Oh, by the way, you don't make any more money, really.
Well,
I get a bar, you keep drinking. You're not going to pound. Man, I went out and had 7 cups of coffee.
You
this
are
morning.
that person.
Yes. But they are offering free refills, so that wouldn't help. Maybe they're banking on you buying food while you're there.
All right.
I don't know. All right, can I ask you guys a question? And the phone number is 252-WCMF because I don't drink coffee. Does coffee and tea do coffee and tea taste better in ceramic mugs?
Personally, I love it because it reminds me of being at a diner.
Okay.
When they give you those diner mugs,
So
it's just the best.
For you, there's a noticeable difference.
I think so.
Right. How about you?
Not really.
No.
No,
you don't.
I could just sit down.
You don't feel anything anymore?
I have no feeling. No, I mean, to me, it's just, if I was going to sit there for a long period of time, I guess, but, I mean, they try to, also cut down on, how much paper they throw on.
That's probably going to be one of their arguments.
But then you got to wash the goddamn, what's the difference if I'm throwing this out or if I got to wash all this stuff?
So maybe it's not one of their arguments. They didn't make that
I don't
argument.
know.
I don't know.
I-
Maybe it's just.
It makes, to me, it's like a stupid idea.
Well, look, I'll say this. Because I don't drink coffee from the outside,
Wait, you don't drink coffee?
I don't.
Oh, you don't bring it up.
Well, no, I'm just trying to establish because
I never drink coffee. It's beneath me.
I wish no. I feel like a child.
Like you're missing
'cause
out?
I don't drink coffee. I've tried.
Well, it always weirds me out when people don't drink coffee or drink alcohol.
Oh, you don't like people who don't drink coffee because you never bring it
It
up.
weirds me out.
Yeah. From the outside, as a non-coffee drinker,
Yeah. Look it in.
this looks like a move to bring in the douches.
Yeah.
Look at me. My cup of coffee isn't enough. I am a fancy boy with my ceramic mug.
I'm saying it's very Cafe Europe, poetry, open
everything-
mic.
Naming
Give me-
all the things that he enjoys, minus the poetry.
Yeah, I don't like poetry. Half of
Europe,
it doesn't even
coffee.
rhyme.
What?
Half of it doesn't even rhyme.
To expand on a question you asked a second ago, who has the time
Nobody.
to stop and sit and enjoy a cup of coffee
Nobody.
in a ceramic mug? Is this?
I mean, because
don't
this is
know.
how it
Well,
started out, and they moved to the other way because nobody wanted to sit and drink their coffee.
But now more people that are working from home are
Ooh.
getting out and sticking. I've noticed people they'll be on their computers. It seems like they're going to be there for
Right.
at least a little while. So it makes sense if you're going to sit and post up there.
Okay, but again,
But you already got that person.
yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
Why am I switching out here?
No, I mean, like it just seems like you're going to have more people taking up space in your restaurant, which I would think a company wouldn't want if they're not going to.
No, if you're sitting there all day with a cup of coffee, to your point, you're not turning a table over.
And like, here's the
It's all
thing.
about turnover, baby. Volume.
Here's the thing.
What's that?
As we talk about Starbucks announces over the weekend, they're going to start offering ceramic mugs and glassware to folks that want to sit in their restaurant and drink. There's also a program where you're going to be able to get free refills of hot and cold teas and coffees in your ceramic or glass mugs that you have to give back. You can't steal them unless you find a way to put it in your jacket and walk
that's
out.
another thing, man. People like my parents be ripping all that stuff off.
I heard they want you to take them. It's like it's advertising.
That's why they put their name on it.
No, but here's the other thing, too. Like, even like a diner, I would get one of those people to stick around because you can upsell them on a piece of pie.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe even keep them around until lunchtime. I'll have a second meal here. Starbucks is not known for its food.
No, you don't see a lot of people eating there
Can I ask a question?
unless it's a quick to go thing.
For a company that's been around so long and has become such a beacon of fancy in America, right? How is their food so bad?
I don't know if it's bad. There's not a lot of
look
it.
at Fancy Boy all of a sudden. I wouldn't say it's bad.
It's not
What's
terrible,
what's
but
bad?
it's.
What do you mean?
What's bad about
I
it?
don't know what any of it is.
Have you tasted it?
Yes, I have.
You didn't like it?
I didn't like it at all.
Why is
Really?
that?
I didn't like it. What do you want from me?
Do you think it's too high end?
Well,
It's
is.
too pretentious?
No, but it is definitely
It's too
pretentious.
douchey.
It is super douchey. Like, why can't you just give me a breakfast sandwich? It's Asiago cheese with a spinach that we harvested from one specific spot of Colombia, and it's on a scone cut in half. Just give me an effing sandwich.
I like a sandwich with a nice backstory.
You know it sucks, man. Here's an egg bite with inside we've rustled turnips and truffles from a certain part of this Panamanian forest. Shut up! Give me a donut.
Yeah, but that's not their style, man. But that's why Duncan's got the base donuts and all that stuff. So they went the other direction.
No, but like Dunkin', Tim Hortons,
Keep it simple.
McDonald's, like yes, I know what I like. Just give me that. And here's the thing. You know it sucks because you never see people getting food out of the drive-thru when they're ordering Starbucks coffee. You're already
I've seen people get like the little pastries and stuff, but to your point, like it's never the stuff that's like that needs to be heated up.
Okay, I'm going to say this.
It's not going to fill you up.
No, the portions are tiny, and it's the most expensive food you've ever seen in your life. All of their pastries look like regular pastries that got depressed.
Yeah, they're not
Right?
the most appealing to the
like-
eye. Like you're not like looking in that case like, oh, I need
Well,
one
if you're
of
looking to
those.
hog down,
It's not like
it
you're,
ain't your style.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
but if
Right.
It's like petite eat.
it's like let's grab something and
Yeah.
maybe eat something later.
It's fancy eating.
No,
it ain't hogging down breakfast. It ain't Jimmy Dean sausage and gravy oozing out
I love how you're trying to play
like it's a porn shot.
You started this with, oh, you want me to do European, and now you're defending Starbucks food because I took a shot at what you think your status is. You're just like me, bitch. Come on down. Come on down to the muck and the mud and stuff your face with a giant breakfast sandwich. Think you're better than me?
Yeah, you're not going to get a foot of food at a Starbucks.
I would like a foot of food, and why can't you offer me a foot of food?
You can get a foot of food. It's going to cost you $37,000.
Bro, it is insane to me because, like, the other funny thing about this story,
What's that?
there's going to be an inner battle for people when it comes to the sitting with the ceramic mug inside versus getting the paper cup, because a certain segment of the population still looks at Starbucks, the cup, as a status symbol. You get what I'm saying?
No, sure.
When you're walking in a place with that Starbucks
The
cup,
to-go cup?
yeah, it means you're something. But if you don't get one of those if you don't get your coffee in one of them high-end Starbucks cups, you don't get to show it off to people.
No.
Yeah, but you're in the Starbucks.
Yeah, because you can't leave with it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're just anchored there.
But, like, even after I was done, I could, hey, can I get a little more of this and then walk out with it? Check me out.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore.
Like, I'm convinced that my daughters want Starbucks because we never went to Starbucks ever. I don't drink coffee. I don't know if you heard. They only want it to fit in with their friends. They want to walk into the hockey rink or, like, their friend's house with a Starbucks cup.
No, I mean, they're kids. I mean, it's like a designer beverage, I guess.
And I get being 14 and wanting that.
Yeah.
I don't get being 30.
Well, it's
40,
it's good
50.
coffee.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's not like I'm getting it because I enjoy the product.
I got
But
great
you
coffee
also-
and a Danish with an antisocial personality disorder.
But you're also a brand person. You like specific brands of clothing that you wear.
Yeah, that's true. You have your own
So,
thing.
like, you do the same thing.
Okay.
Like, what are you wearing today?
What am I wearing?
What's that little crest on your thing there.
Okay, it was on super sale. And it's
I didn't
super
ask you
warm.
what it was. What is it?
It's a Canada Goose sweatshirt.
Canada
Interesting. That
Goose
sounds
sweatshirt.
expensive.
It would be if it wasn't on super sale. I live in hockey
Don't
rinks,
justify
man.
this.
Oh wait, you got a matching jacket that goes with that.
Also got on super sale. I live in hockey rinks.
Super sale.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So did Gordie Howe. I don't think he ever wore that crap.
Yeah, because he had pecs that I don't have. Excuse me while I cross my arms and lean back. Can't lean back too far because of the microphone. You're going to look at me.
Bro,
You're going to look at me.
I
Mr. No, you don't, because you could have said, I am a brand guy like you're a brand guy. You started all accusatory. Mr. Japanese sock, Italian loafer, rib turtleneck. What? I don't even know what the hell that thing is. You
Very
look like the
comfortable.
carpet under the carpet.
The carpet pad.
Pre-carpet.
Whatever it is.
It's called a carpet
Who
pad
cares? Yeah, also, they're selling those at Starbucks as a pastry.
with cheese.
Foot of carpet pad with Asiago cheese from the Malaysian Himalayan.
Oh, it's mountain cheese.
Yeah, well, you like mountain cheese?
Oh, I love mountain cheese.
Get the hell out of here. I'm opening up a kiosk.
You are?
Yeah.
Where?
It's in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Close Your Eyes. I got a mountain of cheese I'm about to blast in your mouth.
Oh, that's
Sauce.
not subtle.
I know. See, that's the difference between me and Starbucks.
You forgot the Uncle Patty part.
Oh, sorry. You're right. Uncle Patty. That got weird. The way I see it is this.
Yeah, what's that?
With this new story, again, Starbucks over the weekend announces they're going to offer people sitting in their restaurant the ability to drink out of ceramic mugs, glassware. There's also
To be a hipster.
There's also, again, a program where you can sign up and get free hot coffee, tea, cold coffee, tea refills while you're there. There are three kinds of coffee drinkers, the way I see it.
There you go.
You got the paper cardboard cups. You got the travel mugs, like your Yeti that you had there.
Yeah. There was a gift. By
Oh, it was a gift.
very close friend of mine got this for me.
Labels.
Do you remember? A close friend got this for me.
No, Kimmy got
Yeah.
it for you.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Forgot.
You're welcome.
So you got the paper cardboard cups.
Yeah.
You got the travel mug folks. And then there are the complete psychos who will take actual mugs from their house and bring them
Oh
in
my
the car.
God, I don't understand those people.
My wife does
Get
it.
it.
My husband's done it before too. They're all still sitting in his cup holders in his truck, and I'm like, how are you drinking this and driving at the same time?
Yeah, with no lid.
My
Yeah.
wife, so I'll be driving. She'll come out with the actual mug. She'll put it, like you said, in the cup holder.
Yep.
And it's just
It's gonna spill.
It's swishing
gotta.
around all raw
Yeah.
and open in the car.
Oh, raw.
It bothers
Those
her.
your raw beverage,
I
girl.
don't know why he does it.
No,
Yeah.
but she also has like 15 travel mugs. She never uses them. She
Yeah.
wants to drink it out. Is my wife one of those hipster douches?
I don't know.
I always thought that was more just a convenience thing. Like you didn't have time to pour
I
it
don't
in
want
a
to
to-go
spill it
mug.
on myself. It's a hot beverage.
I love how
with
you
no
say,
lid.
I don't have time to pour it in a to-go mug. Done.
Well,
What do you
like
mean?
if you didn't wash it out or something, so this is the only clean cup I'm using.
I can't imagine walking in with like my own mug into a
Yeah.
store and go fill this up.
No,
please."
there are people that do that, though, too.
I could not do that.
All right, let's take a break. Enjoy your coffee. However you want.
Yeah, be yourself, man.
Get yourself a good pastry. It's hard to break up.
Oh yes.
Right, and
Whatever.
even if you're both ready for it, you got the complicated
Yeah,
cutting
sure.
strings. You're gonna have the discussion. It's just, it feels like somebody's got like your spleen and they're just
Oh,
twisting
yeah.
it while you're having that initial talk.
Yeah.
But maybe more important than how you handle the actual breakup is where the breakup happens. The
Oh.
physical space in which
Geography.
yes, you and your partner decide we are going to have this discussion and we are now done. And that became very apparent yesterday because I believe I witnessed the worst possible place to break up with your partner.
Man, they're pulling the plug. Huh?
Bro, this was intense.
I bet.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. breakups are hard at baseline.
Mm-hmm.
So much emotion.
Yeah.
A lot of the time there's anger, sometimes some yelling.
Embarrassment.
It's uncomfortable when you're in private.
Mm-hmm.
Public makes it 1,000 times worse.
Oh, yeah.
But even among public breakups, there are some places where that breakup is so uncomfortable, you wonder what the hell this couple was thinking. And I believe I may have witnessed the worst place to ever break up with your partner in world history.
Where'd you saw?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, there are two men that ended up in very similar places over the weekend. But they ended up in these places, dangerous places, in different circumstance. One meant to be where he was. The other did not mean to be where he was.
Stumbled in.
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. One of these is more embarrassing than the other. We'll figure it out. Just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So I'm back in the studio. Great to see you guys.
Yeah. Nice to have you.
Flying home yesterday, and I'm going through Chicago, right? So got my layover there. I got to charge my phone. You know how it is, like the gate, there's a billion people.
Yeah.
So I got to go to some other gate where there's less people. I'm sitting, charging my phone, and as I'm sitting there is a quiet discussion between this man and woman, a couple, that is beginning to get louder. Like right as I'm sitting down.
Yeah.
And they were probably like their mid-30s.
All right. That's primetime breakup.
So he keeps saying, just stop it. Just stop it. And she's not backing down.
No, of course not.
And she's yelling at him. You knew what this was. You knew what it was going to be. You didn't care. You never care. It's just what you want. All you want. You never ask me. And out of nowhere, like it went from 0 to 60. They are now standing in front of a gate in the O'Hare, and they're screaming at each other. And there had to be 100 people. Like I'm watching this, I'm going, oh my God.
Nice little show you're getting.
I'm looking at it. Everybody is watching this, and everyone's
How can you not?
And she was conscious of it because you could see her eyes like darting back and forth amongst all the people watching. He, however, was not. He is in what I like to call the argument zone, right? Does not care everyone can see. He's going to make his point.
Right.
She's not backing down. He's not backing down. And after like 30 seconds of this, which, by the way, feels like an eternity when it is happening, he yells at her. He goes, fine. You want to do this now? It's done. He throws his hand up, and he walks.
But you're at the airport.
He said, yes, you are through security.
It's like the worst place to ever get into an argument. Where are you going?
Yep.
You're still got to go. You're going somewhere.
You're
So-
stuck.
And you're sitting next to each other.
To that point,
Yeah.
she realizes that they may have hit a point of no return.
Oh, yeah.
She totally flips from anger to reconciliation, but it's too late
Yeah.
because he's like walking away.
He's turned heel, man.
Yeah, she's trying to grab him by the arm, touch his arm, and he's yanking it away. No.
All right.
And he goes, done. It's done. And he's putting his hands in the air like he's a baseball umpire, like call the game. It's done. Rain stopped it.
Yeah.
They broke up. I watched this couple broke up
Oh, in real time.
in O'Hare on a layover.
Yeah.
A lot of stress at the airport.
And we can assume, because they were waiting for a flight, like you said, despite the fact that the relationship looks like it's over here, they are going to have to sit next to each other.
Still got one more leg of the trip to go.
And to be fair, they may be going on a vacation.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to process all this. The funniest part, I think, was I know none of these other people in this airport. Nobody knows anybody.
Yeah.
And we're all looking at each other after he walks away. We're all like, ooh. Like we all had like 8th grade gossip face on.
Yeah, you all got the dirt at the same time.
Did you guys see that? Ooh. But no one was saying a word. It was just, ooh.
How could you not?
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Is that the worst possible place you could break up?
Traveling would be the worst time to get into that kind of an argument, breaking up. Yeah, because travel, to your point, is stressful, close quarters. Where are you going? You're already at the airport. You're going somewhere. Why would you not just pump the brakes and wait?
Bro,
Unless you have a bunch of money to drop to change the trip.
Who's got that?
You're stuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody's got that.
At what you are saying, Tommy, with a cool head is absolutely right. It's a logical thing to do. You pause, you wait it out. But look, man, we've all been in relationships where I don't care anymore. I am at the point where I am so bothered by this. You have hit my limit that F it, man. If I got to spend an extra $500, it's worth it. If I got to sit next to you in silence for the next 3 hours, hell.
But you think that.
Okay.
So you have to live it. Like, it's one thing in the moment to say all that. But then after the fact, you get on a plane. Let's say you got 3 more hours. And then whatever you got to do when you get off.
Sure.
Oh, my God. That would be, especially if you pack together. Like, you can't even
like
grab
you have
your own
stuff in
luggage.
your-
Good point.
It's like you just took one big bag and you took 2 overheads to save the $55 surcharge.
Yeah, you know you put some of your stuff in her purse.
You're just tethered at the hip.
Okay, look, but you're speaking with 120 years of human experience, right? Like when you're 20, 30, 40, you don't have the time to think that through.
I'm telling you, man, though, like it's horrible.
Well,
Outside of like horrible medical news, it's one of the worst experiences to have to just having an argument when you're on vacation. Suck. No breakups. You just, you've had it with each other.
Okay, let me ask this question. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Kim, I don't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
252 WCMF. Have either of you had a public breakup?
Oh, yeah.
You have. I don't know if it's common. Kimmy, have you had a public breakup?
I don't think so. Where like we officially ended things in that moment. No.
So you've broken up in
Yeah,
public.
and she assaulted
And you
me,
just
too,
went
on
your
the same time.
Right.
And you just went your separate ways, and that was it.
It was a Perkins. And I had, it was a Perkins in the booth after a show, late night comics,
The
bunch
old
of
Perkins
losers.
punch.
Oh, yes. Two other buddies were there. She belted me right across the table.
So she reached across the table to hit you.
Oh no, she cold cocked me right on the chin, really, and she had rings on and stuff. Cut my chin.
Yikes.
I was still eating my patty melt, delicious. And here's the thing, she was my ride.
Oh.
Because these guys were going the opposite direction.
Oh.
So like I had to go get a cab in Florida, not a cab town back then either. Yeah. So I got home yesterday.
So there are two kinds of public breakups. There's the one we talked about, I just described in the airport, which is an all-out blow-up. And then there are the surprise, quiet, keep it cool in the middle of a bunch of people breakups, right? Like you've heard these stories, Kimmy, of like women who they don't want to have the argument, so they'll go out to dinner with the guy, be like, I would like to break up, and thinking that he's not going to explode with anger or sadness in front of the people. Which
Like a
one?
one-sided thing.
Exactly. Which one is worse? Because yelling in public is embarrassing, but the quiet one in public is hard because you're feeling all kinds of things that you have to push down in the moment, and there's all kinds of things you want to say that you won't say for fear of embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, and it kind of extends the breakup if you do it that way.
Well, she could just say, we're done, I'm out. And
yeah,
she
but
gets
you're
away.
not going to get your stuff out.
Okay,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
You're
it'd be better
surprised.
to have it out in private, obviously, so we could just do this. Let me get this off my chest. You get that off your chest and we split.
You know what else is bad about the quiet public breakup?
Yeah.
You got outsmarted.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean? Like the
Oh.
person who just broke up with you wanted to do it where you couldn't say anything back and they checkmated you.
It's a trap.
Like, yeah, they were done with you. They needed no comment from you. They accomplished their goal, and you just walked in like, wow, Ribs, awesome.
I feel like I experienced one of these quiet public breakups where like we were it was probably like my mid-20s, and it was around the holidays, so everybody was
is.
going out together, and a guy that we knew, he was flying in to see his parents for the holidays, and he was bringing this new girlfriend.
Oh.
And
No.
and we were all out together, and all of a sudden she was just gone. And we were like, where did so-and-so go? And he's like, she just broke up with me. But she went home back to his parents' house.
Oh, my
to sleep
God.
in his childhood bedroom. Like, you know
Wow.
what? I'm like, well, she's stuck at your parents' house, though,
Yeah.
for like the next 2 days
That
until
would-
you go back home.
Oh, that's horrible.
Like, I was like, how? I can't imagine how awkward those next few days were for those two, because we never saw her again.
the whole
so
family? Yeah.
the breakup had to be official.
All right, but here's the thing. If I'm that kid, I'm not telling mom and dad we broke up.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
they-
want them involved.
They might know when
But-
she comes home first.
Yeah, and just the tension would be in the air, you know what I mean? Like, people's personalities would change.
Okay.
You're not yourself.
Sure. Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. I still don't want to say it out loud
No, I don't either.
to my mom and dad. Hey, meet my girlfriend, and she's not my girlfriend anymore.
But she got to stay here for a while.
The worst thing is telling your parents you're getting a divorce, because the follow-up questions are endless.
For example?
They'll ask you why, what, about all the personal stuff, but then they'll start going, well, I kind of saw that.
No, they said it to your face?
Oh yeah, I saw that coming. I always thought she was blah, blah, blah,
Was
blah,
that
blah,
to
blah,
make
blah,
you
blah.
feel better, though?
I don't know what it is, but it's just like they always want to take control of it, like
Yeah.
so they can say, well, I saw it before you saw it.
But, like,
kind of
that's-
thing. It's like
that's-
they're trying to like steal your thunder a little bit.
But what's funny is, Kimmy, like if they're trying to make you feel better, that makes you feel the opposite.
Yeah.
One, I could have told you and didn't.
Yeah.
Two, I'm smarter than you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
How did you not see it?
because I had to do it twice with my parents. The second time was easier because they were older. But the first time was hysterical because my father had loaned my first wife or gave her some art books that he had or some stuff. He wanted them back. And he goes, yeah, I want my art books back. I go, she left. She goes, he says to my face, that bitch took my art books. I want them back. Go get them. Like, I got enough going on here, but your stupid art books. Like, he turns from, like, concerned to Indian giver. Like, I want my stuff back.
252 WCMF. We're talking about. I watched a couple break up in O'Hare yesterday on a layover, both like in their mid-30s. It was insane. They start this argument, then the yelling starts, and nobody's backing down, and like everyone's watching. Yeah. There's like 100 people watching. I'm one of them. I'm all in on it, and the woman is aware. Dude is not aware, and they're going at it, and finally goes, fine. Yeah, this is how you want to do it? This is how you want. I'm done. And she's trying to like bring him. No. We're trying to figure out the worst place for a breakup.
Yeah.
Public is bad. You know, there have to be more vacation breakups than folks realize.
The tension, the money, the vacation didn't work out the way you thought.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're taking this vacation to like one last thing to like patch it up.
Yeah, no, I think that's the key. The amount of folks in relationships that maybe are a little rocky and they think like this will help us out. And travel only magnifies how bad things are.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wonder how many relationships break up on that first trip together because you kind of see a different side of somebody that maybe you didn't experience before, and I wonder how much that could cause tension or scare somebody off. Like, whoa, you're a really bad traveler. Wow, you just really flipped out on that flight attendant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you just may see the ugly side of people if things aren't going your way.
The worst would be a cruise. Because you can't get away.
Yeah, that's right. Unless you jump overboard. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's either this. I'm just going to burial at sea.
I'm now living in Cozumel. Senior Frogs, best restaurant in Mexico. Yeah, no, I didn't think about the cruise. And here's the thing, man. There's so much stuff that can go sideways on a cruise.
Oh, yeah. The drinking, the gambling, the partying.
Infidelity.
Oh, yeah.
All these things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I will say, one of the sneaky worst places to break up is in a place you live together. Like, if it happens in that place. Because, like, you have the discussion or the argument, depending on whatever your style is, right? Like, it's over, and you both say, okay, it's over. But you don't want to be near the person that you just broke up with, right? You then have to figure out who's leaving, which is complicated.
Yeah.
But no one can leave right away unless you want to go to, like, your buddy's house or your mom's house. But even going there that night, that's an embarrassing move.
Most of the time, you end up just living together apart.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But
that's what I did.
It's more emotional stuff to deal with in like 60 minutes than you should have to deal with in like a 6-month period, right? Like in a matter of like 1 minute to an hour, it's we're done. Where am I going? Do I stay here tonight? I have to find another place. Are you going to keep it? Am I going to keep it? How are we splitting things up?
Yeah, there's like a million things to think about.
And it's all there. It's all under the roof while you're sitting there. It's an effing nightmare. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Al. Al writes us, the worst breakup I had was at that bar in Easton Alexander with the mechanical bull in it. She started yelling at me while her friend was on the mechanical bull because she said I looked at her a different way. We had been together for 9 months. She threw a drink in my face and left all of her friends there that I then had to give a ride home after they knew we broke up.
That's a night out at a country bar.
Oh, boy.
An argument at the mechanical bull.
I will say, to Al's credit, I wouldn't feel obligated to give her friends a ride home after she broke up with me.
Yeah, they're her friends.
Yeah.
Why am I the designated driver now?
Well, you may have actually been the designated driver for them.
Yeah.
True.
But hey, that's good dude Al, because I would have been like, yeah, F this. Good luck, lady.
Yeah, I'm out.
You could hop in a cab with Tommy. He's at Perkins. Get a ride home together. Kimmy, is there one breakup guy dumped you that really stands out in your head?
Well, the thing was, like, when I ended like some of the more serious relationships, like they didn't live. We lived in different places, so it was always like a breakup over the phone, or
This is
always
college?
it was always like a long drawn out breakup. So
No,
it was
I
never
get
like
why. I get why most of the men you were with wouldn't want to live in the same city you were in.
So yeah, it was always a long distance. It actually made things easier breaking up that way because you never had to see the person again.
Like that boyfriend girlfriend thing, I never took serious enough to care.
You didn't
No
take your
kidding.
first 2 marriages serious
I know.
enough to care.
I didn't. But you know what I'm saying? Like when you're just like dating and they want to end it, I didn't care. I wasn't gonna be like, oh my God.
I don't know, man. Like you don't get so No, again.
I
okay, I'm gonna turn to
honestly-
Kimmy though.
Well,
Well,
I'm in
you
my
know what?
20s. I'm in it for the ass.
No, I'm in it. Put that on a T-shirt. Sell at the rock
you
shop.
can't anymore.
I wonder
unfortunately.
how many people though break up in that moment and then just that's it forever. Like,
Cold.
don't you think like it takes a little while for it to really be over? So I guess it may be tough for some people to pinpoint when it was actually over.
Well, that's what was so remarkable about what I witnessed
Yeah.
in the Chicago
Like,
airport
it's very
yesterday.
rare that like
Yeah.
you have a blow up like that, you go your separate ways and never speak again.
Well, I mean, you're right, and I'm sure that they went where they went,
Yeah.
and maybe they had another discussion. But for this man to be yelling, "It's over" in front of an audience of 100
Yes.
people, no, done, we're calling it, done. So what I was asking, Kimmy, there are women who will claim, and there's more than you think,
Yeah.
that they've never been dumped.
Oh, sure.
Kimmy,
Oh no, I've been dumped.
okay, because like I'll meet women every once in a
Yeah.
while where it's like, no, I've never been dumped.
That's a lot of women.
Okay. But like, here's the
No,
thing.
but maybe you don't probably accept it in the moment because you don't want to think like that. But as time passes, you're like, yeah, they didn't like me as much as I like them.
Well, and that's just it. Like, there's been 2 women from back in the day that I was like, all right, I'm going to break up with them. And I am the worst breaker-upper ever. I'm very bad at it.
Yeah.
Very bad at it. And, like, I would start the discussion, and, like, they would realize what was happening,
Yeah.
and then they would quickly break up with me before I could break up
Oh,
with
so you
them.
didn't get it all
I did
out.
it first.
And I was fine with that because, like,
Yeah.
I didn't want the guilt of being like, hey, I don't think this is working anymore. But those women then claim they dumped me, which,
Yeah.
again, fine, I'm cool with it. But you and I both know what
Yeah.
happened here. You were dumped, and you're going to take this on your record and say you weren't dumped,
But
right?
they ain't.
It's like it's a controversial Sugar Ray Leonard decision. You lost that fight, and I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
But the easiest one I did was over the phone, long distance. That was like a breeze.
Was that your
Well, it
fiance?
was easy
That was the
for
one.
you, but was it easy for them?
No, because we were getting married. So, like, money
Oh,
had been
my
spent.
God.
By
You
the way,
broke an engagement with a phone call?
Well, I was up here. She was
Oh
in
my
Lexington,
God.
and I broke it off with her. And then I flew down because I said I would cover the expense of the deposits and stuff.
Wow, Christ
Okay.
on a cross.
Yeah. So I
You flew
hey,
down just to take care of finances.
I basically did. But hey,
not
come on.
her feelings.
I flew down. I cut the check and stuff.
You couldn't
What a saint.
fly down to say in person you didn't want to
Yeah.
do this anymore?
Well, I mean, how about a heads up first? So I went down. I broke up. We were done.
Oh.
I came back up here, and then I never called her again. And then I got that really mean letter from her.
You said you got a mean letter. You called her to end your engagement.
Went down there,
while,
settled
no,
up.
no, no. While you were cheating on her in another city.
Yes.
Okay.
But she didn't know that.
Okay, and
she
then-
didn't know about how. I can't be held responsible for the terrible things she didn't know about.
Okay. So then you have the balls to just
Okay.
say, stop pointing at Kimmy. She's not going to
I
agree
don't
with
know
you.
why you're pointing at me.
You then had the balls to say, she sent me a really mean letter. Da, 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 da.
And then she wrote in the letter. It was like 6 weeks. She wrote in the letter, "I never want to speak to you again." I'm like, I'm kind of on that page already. Why do you have to add
It
that?
just made her feel better to get out what she wanted
I'm
to
already
say.
not talking to you.
Now, by the way, no, you're a bum-ass bitch. At that point, you would only work at CMF for, what, 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm
it's...
I'm a radio star now. I don't know why I'm typing.
I was gonna say because he can't write. He had to have somebody else write it for him. No, man.
What?
She said I never want to see you again because she knows you, and she was convinced that in 6 months you were going to lose that job, be on the balls of your
Need
ass
somewhere to
again,
live.
and you were going to come crawling back to Lexington.
Probably.
So she absolutely had to write, "I never want to see you again." Did you not realize that in the 20 years
when you're
since?
pulling the trigger, you never think of this stuff
Okay.
in a moment.
No, I get it.
How the chips are going to fall.
I get it. In the 30 years since that moment, maybe that should have occurred to you.
Well, it all worked out fine.
Yes. Well, for you.
And for her, too.
How do you know?
First of all, she was rich
Do you know what happened to her?
and Southern rich.
Do you know what happened to her?
So
By the way, Mason Dixon line rich.
I found out. So this is not to prolong the story here, but I had a buddy of mine living in Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is very close to Lexington, Kentucky. His next door neighbor, when he moves into this townhouse, is her best friend.
Oh my God, what a small world.
Yeah, that is
Best
weird.
friend. So they start talking. They both were walking their dogs, and she starts telling about Lexington. For some reason, he goes, "Oh yeah, I got a buddy up in Rochester. Just got a radio job up there." And they put 2 and 2 together, and he goes, "Yeah, he's dating. I think he's getting married." And I was getting married up
Yeah.
here. So like all of it blew up in my face, long distance. All of it.
For those of you, I don't know how you're an agnostic when you tell that story.
What?
What do you mean, what?
But like, what are the odds?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. All right. Everybody on hold. I'm sorry. We rambled too long. Let's take a break. Don't worry about it, Kimmy. These two men ended up in very similar places. Very dangerous, similar places.
Jesus.
However, one man meant to put himself in this situation, not the dangerous one, but he put himself out here. The other one got there in like the worst way possible. But what we need to figure out, Tommy, is which one you would be afraid to tell other people. Which one would be the most embarrassing?
Oh.
And we'll get to the stories next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. These stories end the same.
Oh.
Two damp, cold men.
Oh.
But how these guys got there, two very different ways.
Okay.
One was a conscious choice.
All right.
The other was a crazy accident.
Mm.
And we need to decide which one you'd be more ashamed of if it happened to you.
Mm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. It's been a hell of a weather morning, not only with the snow.
Oh, it's brutal out there.
The winds are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that in our area, there are thousands of people without power right
Oh,
now.
my God.
There are some schools closed west of us.
Mm.
And if you don't have power in the morning, there's lots of things you can't do. But
Yeah.
is it enough to keep you from getting this done? And we'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A lot of guys falling through the ice over the weekend.
Really?
Yes. So we'll start with a story Saturday on Irondequoit Bay.
Mm.
Firefighters were called around 6:30 in the morning for the report of an ATV that had fallen through the ice.
So they took their four-wheeler out on the lake.
You got it.
Or the bay.
And someone was stuck on the bay. I'm
Damn.
assuming in the water.
Mm.
So the good news,
What is that?
by the time the crews arrived, the guy had gotten ashore safely. So he was
Okay.
okay, right? They did
Minus the ATV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did need to use a drone to try and find his ATV and his ice fishing gear.
Oh,
Okay.
that sucks.
So, yeah, he went out to go ice fishing. He went into the ice on purpose,
Little too thin.
fell through.
All right.
But Friday morning,
What happened?
out in Wayne County, there was another case of a chilly guy. A 66-year-old man lost
66?
control of his car and ended up in the pond.
Oh, Jesus.
And he couldn't get out.
Oh.
Yeah, stuck.
Authorities say the car was filling up with water. When they got there, threw him a rope, and he managed to pull himself up out of the car and onto an embankment.
Wow.
Good news there.
What's that?
He's okay,
All right.
but also through the ice.
Mm-hmm.
Intentionally going through the ice to go ice fishing or losing control of the car and ending up in the ice. Tommy, which one would embarrass you more?
Being 66 and in a pond in my car.
Okay. Why?
Because that's a game changer.
How so?
Oh.
He's too old to be driving. Right? Old man, can't control it. You know,
Questions are going to start popping up in people's
about
heads.
your faculties. Is he losing his mind? Should we take Dad's keys away?
You think 66 old enough to have that discussion?
If your car's in a pond, yeah.
Okay.
If
Well-
your car's sunk and you're in it, at my age, they're coming for your keys. You want my keys anyway.
No, but here's the thing. I mean, look.
You two would grab them in a second.
Well, I want your keys now based on several things we've talked about
I
on the
want to
show.
key your face.
But here's the thing.
What?
Accidents happen of all age where cars end up in bodies of water.
Right.
It happens.
I
Yeah.
understand. But as soon as you're my age, they start attaching
Was he confused?
the
with-
numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
So a young guy, jackass around on a four-wheeler, that's pretty standard practice.
Now, to be fair, we don't know how old the guy in the four-wheeler was.
True.
And because he was ice fishing, and maybe I'm wrong here, 252 WCMF, I assume that all ice fishermen are
Right.
over 40.
Well,
Well, over 40, they don't want to talk to their wives on a Saturday.
I was also going to assume that, as somebody who ice fishes, you're going to be judged by other people with the same hobby. Well, why did you go out there? You should have known that the ice wasn't going to hold you. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to get the criticism from all angles.
She's not wrong.
And
Yeah.
you're down an ATV.
Like, here's the yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
you're right. You lost
Yeah.
the ATV. I mean, the car is probably insured. Do they sell ATV insurance?
You're asking me?
I know you
Probably,
don't, you
but,
probably don't buy it if you have an ATV,
No.
right? No, like to Kimmy's point, you should know better here. Like the
You're going to
first,
get, everybody's going to point to all the things you did wrong.
if you put your car in a pond,
Yeah.
the first thing people are going to ask is, "Are you okay?" If you put your ATV in a pond ice fishing, the first thing people are going to ask are, "What the hell was you thinking? You've been doing this since you were 7."
Yeah.
Kimmy's right. I think you're getting way more criticism for the ATV ice fishing in the water story than the car in the water story.
But the embarrassing thing, I think, would be old guy, car, water.
Okay. Do you agree, Kimmy?
Well,
I
she
don't
ain't
know. I
old.
think it's the more intentional one because you have to answer so many questions from people. Like I said, there's the other fishermen that you may know that you have to answer to. You got to go home and explain to your family
Oh,
potentially.
If you're married, she's right.
And if that's a hobby you love, I mean, you're gonna have to convince that person that you need to go buy new stuff.
She's right. You
Which
lost
isn't
all the stuff
cheap.
to do it.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
But the flip side is when you're my age and now the family's discussing your situation, right?
Yeah.
They're going to talk about you like you're not there.
Okay.
Well, what are we going to do about Dad? And then he can't drive the car. What are we going to do? Who's paying to pull the car out? Like you won't even be involved in the conversation. It'll be so demeaning.
Okay.
And I got to get all my caps out.
It's funny, this... Well, luckily they're battleship caps, so they should be floating on the top of the water. It's funny based on age where the mind goes in this discussion, right? Because I would much rather accidentally put my car in a pond than, like, let's say, I mean, I don't ice fish, but I played hockey on ponds my whole life.
Yeah.
I would much rather put my car in an accident than fall through playing ice hockey.
Oh, sure, because you could, yeah.
Because, like, here's the thing. I told you this story. Again, we're talking about these two gentlemen. Both of them went into icy water over the weekend. One happened in a Rondequoit Bay. Guy on an ATV. Looks like he was ice fishing, went through the ice. He got himself out and was on shore by the time crews got there, but he went through. The other one out in Wayne County, 66-year-old man, lost control of his car, ended up in a pond. Authorities say when they got there, the car was filling up with water and he was stuck, but he pulled himself out with a rope. In my neighborhood, like around the corner, there's one of them ponds there.
Yeah.
It's a really small pond. And it was one of the reasons I wanted to buy the house. I didn't tell my wife this because I wanted to play hockey.
Yeah.
And my wife told me when I told her, like, hey, a couple years ago, like, I'm going to go skate on the pond.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, you're not. And I'm like, no, I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this since I was a kid. And she's like, no, it's too dangerous. So one day she had to go do something.
Yeah, what'd you do?
She left the house with the kids, and I grabbed my skates, and I went over to the pond.
Yeah.
And I was out there playing hockey by myself. And my wife.
Nothing said about that, full-grown man.
I like pond hockey.
I know, especially single guy on a pond by himself. Lone hockey player. Go ahead.
My wife drove by.
Yeah.
I missed time when she was coming home. She slams the brakes on.
Yeah.
She gets out. It's the only time I've ever seen her do this. She gets out of the car. She is screaming at me.
Dressing your ass down.
Screaming, get out! What are you doing? And here's what sucks about that.
Hey, your wife doesn't sound like that.
Okay, yeah, that. Oh, look at you pansy-ass bitch. Pansy-ass bitch. I have skates on.
Yeah.
So I can't just get in the car. So I had to go over to the snowbank, sit down while I'm getting yelled at as I'm untying my skates for like 5 minutes. And she didn't stop. She was furious with me.
And you're trapped.
But that was way more embarrassing. Like, if I had accidentally, like, slid and put my, Honda Pilot in the pond, she would have been concerned. In this case, she was losing it.
All right.
And I heard about that. I still hear about it.
Oh, sure.
And I drive by that pond every other day, and I look at it longingly. It's such a perfect hockey pond.
Does anybody use it for hockey?
No.
Wow.
It's one of them, like, it's a neighborhood pond.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's probably
But the kids don't use it or anything?
No, it's probably for the best. I mean,
So I am learning from the last two people who called, I guess, to add to the ATV guy's struggles, they believe that you have to pay a daily fine for that vehicle being in the water until it comes out.
Do we know what the fine is?
The first guy didn't know. The second guy kind of thought it could have been around $500,
and
I don't know if that's total or what the daily thing is.
But there's only a few people that could probably go get that out of the bottom of the lake for you, right?
And I would
They
assume
would have the equipment.
And I'm assuming you have to pay those people. Oh my God!
Like, what do you use to pull basically a 4-wheel motorcycle out of the bay?
It's a great question. And can you do it at any time? Does it have to ice over again so it can be supported by weight? Oh my God!
I think it was some kind of boat, barge, crane thing.
It's frozen. What barge are you getting out of Rondequoit Bay?
Well, when the ice breaks.
So then that's what, $500 a day until the ice breaks?
Yeah, you can get it out by March.
Oh my God!
Might as well just buy the bay, rename it, give it your name, Bay of Ted.
One of the worst military problems you ever had, the Bay of Ted invasion. Here's the thing. The $500 a day potentially fine aside, you would probably be more comfortable in a worst-case scenario as the ice fisherman. And it actually plays out in the story, right? The guy who lost his ATV managed to make it back to shore before the fire department even got there. The guy in the car had to be rescued. So, if you are more – like, the ice fisherman has more experience on the ice. Therefore, worst case scenario, he probably has a better chance of taking care of it on his own. That's less embarrassing. Although, the 66-year-old guy managed to pull himself via rope out of his car, which is also pretty badass.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
What's that?
Is the pulling yourself out of the car via rope badass enough where you could lead with that and it would wipe out the embarrassment of putting your car
no,
in
because somebody had to throw you the rope and somebody had to pull the other end of the rope.
Were they
just, like you did it all on your own.
Okay, but
were you holding onto the rope and they were pulling you, or were you climbing up the rope?
You basically got
dragged
out of your car. I'm going to say that's not as impressive as you think.
No matter what happened, I'm going to lie and tell them that I
Right.
pulled myself.
Unless, like I said, there's video evidence
Yeah.
of it all, then you can't.
I will say this. If I knew that it cost me $500 a day to get my ATV back, I ain't calling it. If I got to the shore, I am just going home.
I'm sure people have done that.
Well, you bring it up. It's funny. We've heard these stories over the last couple of years of people going down, scuba diving, like those camera submarines and
Yeah,
everything.
they find all
stuff.
kind of crap down there.
Cars, they don't know how they got there. Remember, it was
Yeah.
Canisius Lake. They found like
the
a...
ambulance?
An ambulance.
Yes, an ambulance, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's... Well, did they have that law back in the 60s? Because it
Who
was
knows?
a 60s ambulance.
Yeah.
But that's you're right. Is there a way are there cameras on the bay that will definitively tell you if something went through the ice?
Well,
It would
I mean,
have
if
to
they
probably be
eventually,
somebody seeing it.
yeah, because they'll never find it unless they go looking for it, right?
One of my favorite Otis Redding songs.
What's that?
Cameras on the dock of the bay, gonna cost you $500 a
Just
day.
walk away.
Oh my God. Okay, let me ask you this question
Go ahead.
as we wrap this up
Yeah.
again. Guy, age we don't know, in Irondequoit fell through the ice. His ATV went through the ice on Saturday morning while he was ice fishing. He managed to get himself out and on shore before the authorities got there. Friday morning, guy in Wayne County lose control of his car, puts his car in the pond. He got out with a rope. We don't know how it happened. When first responders got there, his car was filling up with water. Tommy,
Yeah.
would you be more likely to go ice fishing with the guy who went in Irondequoit or driving with the guy who put his car in Wayne County?
I don't want to ice fish.
No, I'm talking
Just
about
simply that.
safety.
No, but I'm just thinking, like, I don't want to be out on a icy water. Like, no, I'm going to take the car.
Really?
I'm more familiar with it.
Wait,
at
no, but
least.
that's the one where you could, like, you're
There's
trapped.
a lot of different.
You're also trapped if you're out in the middle of the lake.
Yeah, but I'm guessing,
the
like-
bay and the ice breaks and you go down.
All right.
Yeah, but if
Fully
you
dressed.
if you are the fisherman that went through that whole ordeal, and you're paying a daily fine on top of that, I'm guessing you're not making that mistake twice.
I don't know. People are stupid.
But
It's
do you
stubborn
think-
is a better word.
It's you against nature. Nature's always going to win.
All right, but here's
Yeah,
the thing.
but
I'm sorry.
I don't know. There's just so many more ways you can make mistakes in a car.
There's a way to get out on your own
Yeah.
without the car, and it's very simple. Are you listening?
What?
All right, if you go through the ice, right, it's going to shock you at first,
What's
right?
that? In my car?
Yes. No. I'm talking about the ATV style,
Right.
all right? It's going to shock you. You just got to handle that in a second. If you try to get out and the ice keeps breaking, what you do? You dip your hands in the water, your arms. You pull them out. You stick them on the ice. That'll give you traction because it's going to freeze. You kick your feet up, and then you slowly try to drag yourself
wiggle.
onto the ice. That gives you a chance. If you're in the car and you can't get the doors open or the windows down, you're in serious trouble.
No, because you can take the icy water
Uh-huh.
and stick it to the driver's face and pull it close to you and go, what did you just do to me, you idiot?
Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in. This comes in from Dave. He says, it's more embarrassing to crash your car. Lots of people who play hockey or ice fish have fallen through the ice. Almost nobody crashes their car into the pond. We see those stories all the time.
Oh, yeah, like you
Happens
said,
on
the
both sides.
bay's full of that crap.
Base full.
God knows what's down there, okay?
Okay? It's Irondequoit Bay. What you were saying.
No, but I mean, I'm taking the car.
Okay.
There's more safety features. You know, I got music on the way down.
I think the radio's probably going to kick out when the water hits
I
it.
don't know how it works.
Except if you listen to CMF.
You want to listen to our voices on the way down?
Could you imagine our voices are the last things you ever
The
hear?
last thing you hear is a men's room joke.
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
It's a rough morning for a lot of people in the greater Rochester area, not just with the commutes,
What else?
but the weather was so bad that
How bad is it?
around 2,000 people in our area woke up without this. And Kimmy has an interesting question.
Yeah.
Because you could make the excuse, and a valid excuse, this is why you ain't coming.
Oh.
But it may make you look like a bitch. We're going to do it next on CMF. what's a rough one this morning?
Oh, tough.
I mean, yep.
Tough.
Much like rough, but also tough. I mean, it's causing problems for everyone trying to get into work, but there are bigger problems for some people depending on where you are.
Yeah.
And I guess this excuse would be valid if you's a bitch. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. The wind and the snow is causing problems in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
First off, there are some school closings. West of us, looks like Batavia might be whatever. You can go check it out. Kids would have to be in school anyway, so there you go. The roads are not great. You just heard Tim talking about them in our traffic report a second ago. But the biggest issue, it seems,
What's that?
there are 2,000 people in the greater Rochester area without power
That
right
sucks.
now. Right? And by the way, waking up to no power is the worst time to lose power because you literally can't do anything.
No. And you're just starting your day.
Yeah.
So you got all of it to do.
You got it, right? Like, showering, teeth brushing, figure out what's going on, make yourself breakfast, whatever. It's all
super dark.
Yeah, you can't see anything.
Yeah.
So Kimmy, her always looking to find any way to get out of work. You had asked this morning.
Yeah, I was wondering, can you call in sick due to a power outage? Would you
call an Amish?
Would you tell your coworkers, look, I can't come in today. I got a lot going on at home. I got a monitor here. I can't get ready for work.
If you're single, there's no excuse.
What do you mean by that?
If you live in an apartment, you can't get dressed in dark, brush your teeth, go to work. What do you got to do?
It depends on what you do.
I mean, Tommy gets dressed in the dark every day. At least that's what it looks like. No,
I was going to do that joke for Kimmy.
Would you feel comfortable, Kimmy?
Yeah.
Calling into work Amish?
Personally, me, no.
Okay.
But I do know people that would.
Because what can't you get done? I mean, I get the kids and all that, but you personally, if it's dark, what can't you do in the dark?
Well, especially when it's cold out, though. Like, are there things in your house that you feel like you have to keep an eye on or take care of to make sure, like?
All you got to do is turn the water off.
Okay.
That's all you got to do.
Look at this old man. All you got to do is go find the water and turn it off.
It's master knob.
Did it,
do you know how to turn the water off in your house?
Well, you know what my master knob is? Yeah, he sits in a chair across from me. No, I don't.
What?
I don't know how to turn my water off.
Yes, you do.
I mean, my wife knows where it is. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty base.
Okay.
I would think you could. I get the kids, maybe your wife, I don't know.
Because the other problem would be.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Women aren't strong enough to go without power?
Well, women have more to do in the morning to their bodies.
What can't they do to their bodies?
Makeup.
Why can't you do makeup?
Because you can't see.
You can see. I mean,
it would be harder to like. If
you look like my mom in a nursing home.
If you use
the lipstick could be up around your nostril.
Any type of hair appliance, blow dryer, straightener, curling iron, you can't use it.
Oh, I didn't think about
that. But
yeah,
there's lower maintenance that has to be done.
What do you need?
Require electricity.
What do you need electricity for? Lower lady maintenance.
You might have to, trim it up. I don't know.
To go to work? Where do you work?
You don't want to get at that. You don't want to snag your snatch.
Oh, well, you're talking about a snatch snag.
Yeah, you don't want that at all.
Snatching at a snag it. Snatch at a snag it. We did it twice. Where could you work where you would snag your pubic hair on something?
Any kind of like machinery, man. It gets caught in your zipper. I don't know, man. I mean, women want to feel fresh down there too. Maybe she can't feel fresh down there.
Why? What would you need to plug in to feel fresh?
To get down there to do the squirting.
I'd like to apologize to everyone watching the live stream right now. Did you say? Wait, what was what?
No, don't.
You're right. Good call.
Ask. Let's not go backwards.
Good call. Why would that need to be plugged in?
You're right, but sometimes it's hard to find.
Most of that stuff you use down there is battery operated anyway. I'm not wrong.
True.
Just saying. You look like you were going to say something.
I was. We've gone down a strange path. The thing that would suck about this too is you may think, well, I have the excuse of I can do stuff from home, but you wouldn't be able to because you probably don't have internet.
Yeah.
So you'd be, if you called in, you're completely cut off from work that day.
Okay, and I get the draw of that, just having a day to yourself, but the counter to this is we talk about 2,000 people across the greater Rochester area without power because of the wind and the snow and everything, calling into work with no power. That would be the one day you would want to go to work because you literally can't do anything.
There's nothing to do.
Right?
What are you going to do, sit in the dark in your house?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can go somewhere, but if you can go somewhere, you can also go to work.
You don't know how far the power is out, right? So where are you going?
How long it's going to be? How far is the power out, Ma?
Because I don't want to go.
About 2 miles.
I don't want to go to Wegmans. They got no power. Starbucks got no power.
No, but if I can go to Wegmans, I can go to work. Like if somebody sees me at Wegmans, who's also cutting.
All right.
Yeah, I mean that would be the if I didn't have this job, obviously, that would be the one day I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get up and go to work, and I'm excited about it because there's a light.
Heat.
Yeah, and heat. So I'm sorry. Jeff writes us on Instagram. He says, no electric, no hot water. Water heater is electric. Depends on what kind of water heater you got, brosive.
Yeah,
well,
that's
I
true.
mean, the water will stay for a while. You can use it.
That's
Does
what I
it?
mean. But unless you
How long
have
does it stay?
unless you have the tankless water heater.
Well, then you're screwed.
Yeah, you're in a
Because you're out of water. You're out of hot water immediately.
I did not. Okay, I'm going to sound dumb. I didn't think that through
Yeah.
because
That's the one drawback.
our water heater blew up. It was like one of those New York State will give you however much money. Okay, we'll do that. And power went out, and I turned on the shower and got in without even feeling it like a moron.
Yeah. You got nothing.
It was
Yeah.
Woke you up.
Yeah, definitely did. Now, I don't know, can you leave kids home alone with no power? Is that a bad parent move?
Ooh.
They could, but yeah.
In the cold? Probably
But
not.
the furnace still works.
No, it doesn't.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, you're right.
It wouldn't kick on.
Yeah,
You'd
you're
have to run like a generator. Or
Unless you get
something,
like a
right? Unless
wood,
you have.
you can let them work the wood-fired fireplace or
Probably
the pellet
can't.
stove.
Yeah,
Kids love fire in the morning.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
do
you got to give a
that.
coworker a pass to stay home with their kids.
Unless they're teenagers.
Well, no,
Still.
that would be even more dangerous because I could see my 14-year-old being
Trying to turn stuff on.
yeah, or I'm gonna
When the
start
power
a fire.
kicks on, everything turns on all at
Yeah.
once.
No, okay, I guess the kids. You're right.
Yeah.
But that would be the golden scenario because you could actually leave your house with the kids because the excuse is kids got nowhere to go, school's
Okay.
canceled, I got no power, and we can't stay in
What
the
if
house.
would you rather have a coworker stay home with their kids or bring their kids in? Because,
work?
Yeah, because let's say work's got power, they got heat, they got everything your kids need.
Yeah, but if a lot of people do that, now you're running a goddamn nursery.
It is an interesting question, though, because on one hand, that person would be there to do their job, which may fall on you if they're not there.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to completely do their job if their kids are there.
Yeah, but it's still better than having to completely cover
Yeah.
for somebody else.
Yeah, I'm
Anti-child?
pretty much.
Yeah. I think I would rather have. How old are the kids? Give me a ballpark.
Young enough where you couldn't leave them home alone.
What's that?
So,
That's a
under
bratty
both
age, though.
Under the age of 10.
Okay. Yeah, I could do under 10. It's the teenagers that bother me.
Okay. Oh, see, I would think you wouldn't have to worry about the teenager because they don't want anything to do with you anyway.
No, I get along great with 8-year-olds. They're at peak
Yeah.
age of where they think I'm cool.
Yeah, but they're gonna want to talk to you, and
I'm happy
they're
to-
gonna need entertainment. Whereas a teenager's gonna sit there on their computer or phone the
Yeah,
whole
just
time,
sulk
right?
the entire time.
Okay.
Watch something on their iPad.
Every dad will identify as I say this out loud. I miss my kids being 6, 7, 8.
I'm
'cause
sure.
They thought I was cool.
Right.
And I
Like
find
the copy machine was cool.
yeah, but every all my jokes were funny. I'm really tall and strong. So I would like to be surrounded by 8-year-olds at all time. Okay, let me try that again.
Oh, the cops are here. And it's not your dad.
And it's,
You want an 8-year-old audience?
yes, if we could do, bro, we'd be the most
Let
popular.
a grown man do. I just want to entertain some 8-year-olds.
I'm just gonna stop talking.
You should probably
Shut up. Let's take a break.
All right.
I don't get what you don't get here.
You don't get what I don't get.
I don't get.
Sounds like a country tune. I don't get what you don't get. So let's just forget.
Okay, thank you.
What?
I thought everybody in the world
Mm.
did what is peeving you about your wife.
Oh, all right.
Everybody in the whole world. I can't buy. You might be the only man in the world that doesn't have this feeling.
Oh, all right.
And it's surprising you don't have this feeling based on the way you talk and act and think you're superior to everybody else.
I don't think I'm superior, Patrick.
We'll get into it, and we'll do it next here in the break room. On CNF. If you boil life down to its most basic points,
What do you get?
there are two ways you will always feel. You will be excited and you will feel regret.
Oh,
I really want this. Why did I do that?
yes.
And that mentality has someone in this room frustrated.
Yeah.
And the fact that this bothers you so much, Tommy, is strange because you may be the only person
Yeah.
on planet Earth that doesn't do this because you need to treat yourself every once in a while, Kimmy.
Treat yourself. Do whatever you want. Enjoy life. Life is short.
But it doesn't mean you can't feel bad about it when it's done.
A little guilty.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. He comes in the other day, and he's like, oh, my God.
That was it. Then I went home. They paid
That's
me for
pretty much
that.
every day.
4 hours of that all day.
Every woman I've ever been with, including my current wife, anytime they eat something they enjoy, they immediately regret it, and they regret it for the rest of the day, sometimes for the week. And it's every woman I've ever been with.
Okay.
And it's almost like they know it, and then I'm going to hear about it for the rest of the day.
When you say they
They torture themselves.
okay.
Like you didn't even enjoy what you ate because now it's like you're paying for this imaginary food mortal sin that's on your
can't.
soul.
I can't listen to this come out of your mouth of all people.
What's wrong with my mouth?
Tiny bitch ass mouth.
Look at your little vegetables in your
And I didn't
baggie you got
regret
sitting next to
anything I
you.
ate last night.
Nobody heard it because she talked
I
over
did.
you.
I'm sorry.
Can't do it
Didn't
again.
ruin
It's
your
not as
mom
funny.
joke.
It's once or it doesn't hit at all.
But like we've all seen the way you eat and the way you torture yourself when Dan Mason from the Red Wings brings in food, you will pick through it with your dainty little fingers because you don't want the carbs that day.
Remember that one time he brought in a chicken sandwich? Tommy went in the bathroom, took his shirt off, squeezed his breast. You don't want this! You don't want this! Go away! Go away!
I mean, I'm guessing it's 10 times more frustrating to watch your wife see the way you eat than vice versa.
It's a sledgehammer to your point, buddy.
No, but like when I was a fat guy, I just ate. I never had food
That was
regret.
a long time ago.
It was many pounds ago. But like when I was a kid, and I'm talking like even when I dated girls 50 years ago,
Okay.
they always regretted anything they ate. It was I can't believe I ate that.
Okay.
Like it's like I get when you're older, you want to lose some pounds,
giving
but you're a
myself a
kid, you
pat.
burn it off.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. First of all, Kimmy, you do this, right?
What?
Do you have the immediate food guilt?
We
Well,
haven't
for
seen
me-
that yet, bro.
The guilt comes when the stomach ache comes,
Okay.
or like when I feel just so full that like my pants are cutting off circulation to my body. Like there has to be some sort of physical pain involved for me
Okay.
to get to that point.
But there's never a regret where, like, that wasn't good for me. I shouldn't have had that.
yeah, but I don't regret it enough to not eat it, like to
Oh,
not
no.
do it again.
And that's the problem, right? And that's what we're talking about. You do it over and over again,
Yeah.
and you have the regret after. I don't understand, Tommy,
Yeah, what's up?
why this bothers you so much, right? And I get that you love the women that you're with, right? So maybe it's
Yeah.
you just being a good guy. But it's also strange that you don't understand why it's happening, because I was under the assumption, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, that everyone felt this way about the guilty pleasures of their life.
Well, when you were fat,
Yeah.
and you were chain smoking, and you were eating, you were shoving everything in your face. I don't remember you ever going. I watched you eat a whole platter of pork nachos, and I didn't see you regret it. Like I always thought it was more of a lady thing than a dude thing, because I didn't see you
women
going.
are just more vocal about it. But I'm
All right.
guessing like everybody to some extent when they surprise themselves with how much they ate.
Yeah.
It's gotta feel a little bit like
Like,
"Ooh,
you were-
I didn't even know I was capable of this.
But you were a member of Play Club. Like you guys relished in finding
relish.
like finding the unique plates and how many you ate. It was like you guys were almost competitive eaters.
Okay, but it doesn't mean there wasn't shame, and I think Kimmy's right. Like,
What's that?
you're right. I
So
wasn't
it's
gonna,
inner shame
Yes.
where women vocalize.
I wasn't going to look at you after I ate a full plate of pulled pork nachos and go, I
Yeah.
can't believe I had all that. But
I
I'm not
know
going to
what
lie.
you're gonna say.
Yes, like
you were also taking a pork nap at the time.
pork down. There was going to be a time on my drive home where I'm like, I just ate enough for a family of 7, right? Like that it don't feel good, but in the
All
moment
right.
you don't want to stop doing it because it's so delicious. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Can you enjoy bad stuff for you without hating yourself afterwards? Because that's like the most basic human emotion is hatred for enjoying yourself.
Guilt.
Maybe it's Catholic. Maybe it's
I
favorite
think
Catholic.
it's food guilt.
It is, but I
Yeah.
think it applies to alcohol.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it also applies to toxic people you spend time with. Like, they're good looking, they're a good time. why the hell did I do
Yes. But it's like you never get to enjoy yourself, though.
But there's...
You know what I mean?
But it happens for a few reasons. And I think it's all natural. You know the psychologist I am. Tommy, there's a frustration in you're giving into something you know you should avoid. Right? Okay, so that's baseline. And that's a pressure people all know all too well right now. I mean, hell, we're 28 days off of people making New Year's resolutions.
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks ago, 80% of people that made them quit.
Done.
Right? So now that I have fallen or stumbled on this thing that I didn't want to do or ate something I know I shouldn't have had, I can be angry with myself. There is, like Kimmy said, the physical toll this takes when you're done with it. Like you ate that full plate of nachos, Kimmy, and now your pants don't fit. On Sunday, I go get so messed up at that Chiefs game drinking that yesterday I literally wanted to die.
You pay the price.
Exactly. It's a physical penalty for doing the thing you know you should not have done. Why is it hard to understand that?
I guess because it looks so torturous. Like you never get, you're never happy with. You didn't get to really enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Well, you enjoy it in the moment.
Yeah.
Like,
But
I
it's
think
such
you
a
kind of
fleeting
forget
moment.
until the next time it happens.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, of course. You never really get to enjoy anything, man. Like, I mean, that's kind of life.
Okay.
You love your kids, they grow up, they move out, right? You have a great job. One day, you're either going to get fired or you're going to retire.
Yeah.
This food is delicious. Well, look what it's doing to me. I mean, like, what can you actually enjoy in life that at the end you're not going to be like, oh, man, I don't have that anymore, and I
I
shouldn't
guess
have done
nothing really, right? That's a mentality. But there are people that probably don't do this. Like there's probably people that don't guilt themselves.
You're the only person I know that doesn't do this.
Oh.
And I guess the only way to avoid these feelings that we're talking about,
Yeah.
again, 252 WCMF, Tommy is talking about every woman he's ever been with. They'll go out, they'll have a delicious meal or something.
Yeah, they eat a snack or whatever, yeah.
And then,
Oh, what I eat? Why did I do that? I'm going to get so fat. Blah, 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 blah.
you can either be a person who does not care at all, eats, drinks, does whatever they want.
And I think those people live happier lives and probably live maybe not longer
I was going to
lives.
say, you want to try that one?
Okay, maybe not longer lives, but a more satisfying life.
Okay. And look, but that's really hard to do, to be able to turn off that switch in your brain. Or you can be a person that has such amazing self-control that they never give in to temptation.
But that's impossible.
Like they've just never experienced that.
But that's impossible. You're gonna. We're human.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's impossible? It's impossible?
Right.
Oh, we're human, except for maybe one man who managed to totally avoid all of the
Yeah, but I drink and stuff, and it was bad for you.
That addiction, I guess, is so powerful that I know people that like they'll have certain conditions where they're not supposed to eat a certain thing or certain types of food.
Like a diet
and every now
restriction?
and then, like they will put themselves through that torture to enjoy that meal. And I mean, if that doesn't stop you from doing it, I don't know what
What's
will.
the people that can't do the dairy?
lactose intolerant.
There are people
Or-
that'll do that,
yeah,
right? And
yes.
then what
Yep.
do they get? Like really bad squirts?
Well,
Like they-
stomach aches,
Yeah,
things
it
like
affects
that.
you.
But don't they
like
give you like the
immediately.
trots?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, it all depends on how it affects you.
You
But
get
you're
the
right.
cold squirts with the ice cream.
One of the worst Kiss songs of all time. No, but like when it comes to like lactose intolerant, big one, people with like celiac
Yeah,
disease or
yeah,
sensitive to gluten, like every once in a while it's like, F it, I'm going with bread.
Mm.
And they physically pay for it. But, you ask, why would you do it if you're going to feel guilty? These people know they are going to feel pain.
Yes,
and
physical
it's
pain.
so good
Yeah.
that they're doing it anyway. And it's not even like, something that's going to change their life for the positive. Like I'm going to run.
Treating themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're not running through a hall of knives to save your child. You're
Yeah.
going to be in pain because you like ice cream. It is cruel, right?
It's extremely cruel, man.
And like, here's the thing, man. There is really no winning in these situations. And it goes even further than self-control.
What's that?
Let's say you're trying to avoid really bad food or alcohol.
Right, yeah.
All right. You go out on a date. You go out with some friends. There's a choice you have to make.
Yep.
If everyone else is drinking or eating or doing both, and you're not, it does take away some of the fun for you.
Right, and they kind of pointed out
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What guy does that?
an ass does that.
Quote this morning,
Yeah.
I don't trust people who don't drink coffee or drink alcohol. Because, like, folks, even the most polite people, they're going to
Yeah.
offer you stuff.
Sure.
Some people will feel bad you're not enjoying themselves like you are.
They push.
There's the dick of, like, Tommy who pushes. You don't want to be the person that sucks the fun out of the room at that point. But then again, if you give in for the sake of the rest of the group and enjoy yourself when you don't want to, you are going to hate yourself.
And
for
you're going
it
to pay
later.
a price.
Exactly. But if you don't go out and hang, which would be the way to avoid everything, you become some isolated weirdo.
Right.
So where's the win?
There is no happy middle ground here.
Yeah.
Because you're always going to feel the guilt.
There are almost no social situations where you are spending time with other people and you are not presented with a scenario you will regret unless you're like in a sewing club or you join some gym with classes that Kimmy and I have decided eventually become a cult. Right?
Yeah.
Like you're gonna feel bad.
Yeah.
Except for you. And I think this is once again proof
Right.
that you have no soul.
I have
No.
Well, I don't believe in soul.
You don't have feelings. You don't have emotions.
I have feelings.
There is nothing inside you of substance.
dark black stuff or something. Good. Blood.
Have you ever felt that guilt about a purchase?
Oh,
No, because he keeps doing it again.
I guess you're right. But there
Mushroom
wasn't,
jerky, Japanese socks,
there wasn't ever something where you're like,
Japanese
that was,
jerky.
That was too expensive.
No, that
I
was a
should
magazine
not
I used
have
to look
bought
at.
that.
I'm sure. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, it's always
don't
everybody has buyer's remorse.
I'm just trying to think of something that you love, but you shouldn't be doing.
No, but see,
you
he
know?
doesn't even have that because he has the ability. You're on record as saying you never return anything.
Yeah.
No,
He
I
will-
just
Yeah, you're
throw
right.
it away
Yeah,
or just let it sit.
Exactly. So he doesn't even have that. Like you are one of the most fascinating human beings I've ever met. To
Right.
not have,
Doesn't bug you.
you don't have human feelings.
Yes, I do. I laugh.
You're like it's like E.T. in both emotional and physical form came down to Earth, and we work with him on a daily basis.
Like he doesn't have those emotions, but he kind of gets upset when other people have those emotions. Maybe not upset, but you don't understand why other people have those emotions.
Oh no, you hit it the first time. He gets upset. Why do you have regret? Why do you not want to do this? Why don't you have alcohol? He gets upset. Live like me.
Have a drink.
If everyone lived like you, the world would explode in a week.
We'd be out of vegetables.
Yeah, we would. He's
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
When we talk about like the regret, like I ate that shit, I want it, I shouldn't have eaten it. I want this drink, I shouldn't have drank it. What age does that regret kick in?
Well, probably as you age, when you have to start worrying about your health more.
Okay, you think that's what it is?
Well, because you're more conscious. When you're young, you burn everything off. You don't worry about it so much. You think you're going to live forever.
I
think.
love how you keep saying burn it off, bro. I was a 300-pound 18-year-old.
Well, you ate beyond burn off.
Beyond the burn.
Sorry.
Next workout cult.
No, but as you get older, you start worrying about your body because you're going to die. So you start cutting back. That's like,
Okay.
You know what I mean? You got to watch the salt, the cholesterol, the grease, the fat.
You're
the thing.
starting to think of not so much how is this going to affect my weight, but how is this going to kill me?
Right. I want to live long, so I got to do without.
Well, but I think it goes one of two ways, right? Because you're right. Everything you said there with getting older, the health aspect, that would make you change your ways and have regret. But there's the appearance aspect that bothers people too, right? If you are, sure, you can eat at 18, 19, 20, whatever,
Yeah.
and burn it off. But those people are concerned about how they look, how they present themselves to other people.
Yeah.
So is it the health aspect that makes people feel the most regret? Or is it the appearance aspect that bothers people?
Well, those are two different periods of your life, probably.
I don't know, though. I think there is a part where they overlap. Like, like 28.
30s and 40s.
Yeah, I would say
30s,
like 28 to
40s.
40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Where
When you notice that stuff really starting to affect you more.
my body hurts and I look like I'm getting older.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, man, you've looked in the mirror at certain points of your life and been like, oh, Jesus,
Yeah, this morning.
what happened to my face?
But I don't even care about my face anymore.
I could tell.
No, I don't. I'll take, if I don't die of some horrible disease, I'll take ugly ass mug.
Which is interesting because your face looks like you have a horrible disease. You got that disease where it caught on fire and somebody put it out with a cleat.
But you must care a little bit about your face because we know guys that don't care about their face.
Well, I mean, I don't want to look
but you
gross.
still you shave. You
I
never have
pluck.
stubble. You pluck. You dye your hair.
But I don't want to have like nose hair and ear hair. It
right.
looks
So
ugly.
I would say you don't let yourself go completely.
I wanna
We
look-
know guys, and we see guys that let themselves go completely, and you are not that.
I want to look presentable. I don't want to look like I didn't make an effort.
Well, okay, no. What she's describing is the definition of caring about your face,
Yeah.
and you're agreeing with
No,
her.
I'm not going to get like, surgery and crap. And,
Well,
you know what I mean? I'm not going to get like
Yeah.
Botox,
You're not gonna change your face.
Botox, whatever they call it.
Botox.
Oh.
No, but that makes sense that you wouldn't want to get cosmetic surgery or Botox
Why's
because
that?
you have so much face. There's not enough money in your bank account to cover it. You are sold out of face. Kimmy, he doesn't have a face. He has a face. Let's take a break.
All right.
All right, so this is a dangerous story right off the bat,
my
right? When we tell you what this man is accused of and who was in the car with him, you're going to go,
Oh, God.
But here's the thing.
What?
Kimmy might have a point here. And maybe it wasn't as extreme what you did in this situation as what this man allegedly did. But look, man, your kid's got to get somewhere, and it's on your ass to make sure they're on time. Who among us? We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. This is obviously dangerous.
What happened?
And the people in the car with this person makes the story even more unsettling. But someone in this room has a theory.
Oh.
This is less about being intentionally reckless for no reason and more about making sure this person gets where they have to be on time. And if we're going to be honest here, it may be something every parent has done in the past.
Pulled some moves, maybe. Not so safe.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. We are back on our normal schedule.
Let's do it, buddy.
Tuesday, Kimmy's got her post ready to roll. It's cold, it's snowy. It's a perfect day to try and figure out where they wind them. And we're going to do it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A man in Syracuse is in some trouble.
What did he do?
After an incident in Victor over the weekend. Police say they arrested the 42-year-old man after they clocked him doing 101 miles per hour
Bam.
in a 65. And if you're bad at math, that's 36 over. Not great. That would be like doing, 60 in a school zone.
Yeah.
Probably not that, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. He hauling ass.
And it gets better. Police say the man was in a rental car, but he was not authorized to drive the rental car because he did not have a driver's license.
And he's doing 100-something.
101 in a 65. Now, the person who was authorized to drive the car was in the passenger seat.
Oh.
But what makes this story super scary, his 14-year-old daughter was in the back seat of the car.
Jesus.
He was charged with aggravated unlicensed operation of a vehicle, endangering the welfare of a child. He has a court date coming up. And you may hear this story and think, this is a man being stupid and reckless for no reason. And that might very well be the case if the allegations are true. But based on one of the passengers in the car, someone in this room has a different explanation.
What happened?
Well, I was just thinking, you're right. Could just be this is the way this person drives and has driven in the past.
Also, maybe the reason they don't have a driver's license.
But I was thinking, based on the age of this person and the fact that they had their teenager in the car, because I'm thinking, in your 40s, I think it said they were in their 40s.
42.
You're probably not doing it to be cool anymore,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So this could be an obligation that you may have had to get to for your kid. Like you had to get to a kid's activity.
The kid was late for something.
Late for something, or you had somewhere you had to be for somebody else.
Okay.
And you just decided, look, we're gonna punch it and try to make this work here. All safety is now out the window.
That
All
kind of checks out because they're from Syracuse.
Yep.
So far away.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a weekend where you would be doing kids stuff.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Kid is right at travel sports
Yeah.
age, too.
Yeah.
That is not a terrible
So
theory.
basically, you're doing it just because you're just
Got to get
behind
them
the
on.
wheel. Yeah.
You got to get them on time. Get them where they are, whether it's hockey or soccer or basketball or wherever. We are late, and we got to get our ass there. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Is every parent guilty of the late kid speed racer? And hopefully, it's not 101 and a
Or
65.
cutting corners where you're not
Or
you're
just
not supposed to.
tailgating. Yeah.
Is there a parent alive that can say with all honesty that they've never hit the gas a little harder, or like Kimmy said, pulled a move because they were late out the door, or they were just coming from work, or they had
Pulled
something
some
else?
illegal U-turn because they missed the turn.
Exactly, because your kid was going to be late, and if your kid is late, you are in trouble. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy, is speeding for your kid good parenting or bad parenting?
I mean, you're trying to do the right thing, so I'm going to put it in the good category.
But you're doing the wrong thing.
But for the right reason.
Well, I mean, look, a guy with your history, what did you have, 17 speeding tickets over on the Freddie Sue Bridge over there?
If you add them all up, I was doing almost 100.
So you're saying this makes you a good parent?
I think so. Because everybody gets anxious. You drive a little aggressive. You're just trying to get there.
Yeah, no, nothing makes people less anxious than aggressive driving. You're right. Good point. I mean, look, I have sympathy here, and I can't sit here and say I haven't done this, right? Because, if you're whatever they're late for, there will be consequences for both you and the kid, right? Stuff at school if they don't make it to the bell on time. You don't want to look like the unreliable mom or dad for sports or activities. That can also affect how their coaches or whatever look at them. But, I mean, if we're being honest, the reason you are going to rush your kid to wherever they're going, speed, cut corners, is the fear of judgment from other parents who got their kids there on time.
Yeah, the shame of it.
Yeah. Wait, you're better than me? Everybody else got here on time? Man, you're on your own schedule? Man, our sacrifice are good enough for you? Man!
You don't want your kid to not play because they're late, too. I mean, your kid's going to be the one, I guess, that sees the most consequences for something like that.
There is no... You don't feel like smaller of a dad.
Yeah.
Than... Because this happened once when my oldest was young. Late to a game. And you got to go to the coach yourself and be like, hello, other fellow grown man.
Yeah.
Something I was doing is the reason why my child, who loves this thing so much, was not here on time to fulfill her obligations. So other grown man who's not my boss, not even being paid, you're a volunteer coach.
Yeah.
This is me telling you that I screwed up and I would like your grace. Please, thank you.
Yeah, just let me off the hook here.
You feel like an idiot. And of
Yeah.
course, they're always cool with it, unless they're not. I haven't had
Yeah.
that experience. But like, it's still like, hey, I'm throwing myself on the mercy of this volunteer hockey coach. I mean, if it is a kid that's late in this situation here, there is one surprising part of the story. Again, with this 42-year-old man from Syracuse arrested for doing 101, according to police, in a 65 Invicta on Saturday. Also, he didn't have a driver's license. Also, he was driving a rental car that he
Not
wasn't
great.
authorized
I
to
bet
drive.
it's wintertime. The roads aren't that great to be doing 100. Ain't in the middle of summer.
Yeah, good point. The most surprising part about the story is he may have done it with mom in the car.
Oh.
Because the story said there was a passenger. Most dads, you would think, wouldn't risk lead foot late kid with their partner in the car.
Yeah.
Unless like the partner wasn't driving fast enough. So let me take over.
Oh no,
I'm gonna
that
get
creates
there on time.
creates even more conflict. I think I've never done this with my wife in the car because I think she would freak out at me for driving too aggressively. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Like I don't want to get yelled at and potentially risk what's going on. And that's what's funny about your husband or wife driving you somewhere, right? The speed you drive, you're a pro.
Yeah.
I can handle that. No
You're
problem.
comfortable with
yes.
it.
The speed they drive, way too
No.
fast. What are you doing?
I'm working the imaginary brake.
And I do it every time my wife is
I
driving.
think
the car.
everybody does.
And my wife doesn't even drive that fast, but I hate it. I hate it. I hate
Oh,
it.
you're saying she drives too fast for you?
No, I'm saying she doesn't drive that fast.
Oh.
Like I can drive fast and I know what I'm doing. She drives fast. Whoa.
Yeah, as soon as I get in my wife's car, I'm uncomfortable if she's driving. The whole thing. I don't like the way her car is arranged.
I don't like the arrangement in here.
I don't like the arrangement in there to begin with.
Okay.
My wife does drive fast.
Okay.
And there's just too much going on in her car. There's
What do you
much,
mean, too
there's
much?
Just too much distraction.
What are you talking
She's
about?
got too much going on in there.
What is too much? She got like decoration?
Yeah, but she's got all her stuff in there. Like if I get into a car, I literally have to take stuff off to see it. It's not even clutter. It's just like, oh, those are that's the mail. These are for Marshalls. I'm returning this. This has got to go back. There's like baskets. This is like a lot of stuff.
So I just want to be clear.
It's what?
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
It's like there's a farmer's market in her car.
You're upset that she has her stuff
All over
in her car.
Yeah, I don't like
Okay.
the way it's arranged.
That bothers you.
Like there's nothing in my car.
Okay.
Weird complaint.
Pristine. And then jet ass and it bothers me. You're the same way.
No, I look. Well, I don't think that I don't get mad for my wife having her things in her car.
Well, we did
It's-
talk about the coffee earlier.
Okay, that is weird. But no, she puts that in my car too. No, it's like being upset with your wife for keeping her panties in her panty drawer. What else is supposed to be in there?
It's too much and it's not organized.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kimmy.
No, I was going to say, no, continue. I'll say it a little bit.
It is remarkable to me because men and women have our gender roles.
Oh yeah.
But those are societal, right? We just decided this is how it was going to be.
It's learned behavior.
Exactly. How women can sit in the passenger seat with a man driving them and feel totally comfortable. I have never had a woman in my life.
Well, one that she may not have said anything.
Well, no, yeah, because if women are good at one thing, it's not saying when they're bothered by something you're doing.
Yeah.
Nobody can
I'll
see
say,
the
like,
face,
if
but
you
I made a
started-
face.
You started dating somebody, you picked him up. Probably not saying anything.
I'm just saying, I've never had I've been married 15 years. My wife has never said, slow down, right? I lived with a girl for 2 years. She never was like, slow down. Like, you women have the ability to be completely comfortable with someone else driving you around, where I have never had that in my life. It's my dad, and that's it. And I think it's because he's driven me since I was a kid.
But like in my generation, men always drove.
Could that just be a control thing?
It's just strange. Like, it's completely learned behavior.
Well, you said that your wife drives faster than you, so when she gets
No, she doesn't drive as fast
My
as I
wife
do.
does.
It's, yeah. But it
Gotcha.
still bothers
Yeah.
me.
Gotcha.
Here's the thing, man. I accidentally pulled a move, like, thanks to this over the weekend.
What'd
I
you
didn't
do?
even realize it. So, I was in Kansas City. And our boss was driving back from the game.
Yeah, he
after
was
the-
giving you a lift up.
Yeah, he was driving me everywhere, right? So we're on the highway, and all of a sudden, brakes right in front of us. And he slams them on. Everything was
Yeah.
cool, right? But I instinctively looked into the back mirror to see if anyone was going to hit us from behind, right? And he saw me do it, and he goes, yeah, I always do the same thing. And I was like, it makes me look like
too
you
obvious.
think I think.
But I mean, that's just a natural reaction when you're that
Yeah, but
scared.
you'd be pissed if somebody did it to you while you were behind the wheel, right? If they were
100%.
checking around.
And like I got very conscious of it after because like I like to drive. I got
They
big shoulders.
turn
right?
around while you're changing lanes to make sure nobody else is coming.
My brother does that to me when I drive it. It drives me nuts, and I always point it out. I go, I've been driving a long time, changing lanes. I got it.
Yeah, but I always look too. It's just.
I'm saying it wouldn't bother you though if you were driving and like your wife was doing that noticeably.
Yeah, probably. But what can you do? I mean, he's just human.
But like he called me out on it, and I know he's too nice a guy to be like, "What's wrong with you?" But the fact that he brought it up let me know like he noticed it, and he probably didn't like that. I got so in my head that I usually just drive holding that like bar on the
strap.
Yeah, just because it's how I always sit.
What are you on a subway?
I know. Well,
Read
gotta
the
hold
paper
on
and
for
hit her
dear
hand?
life.
I do it in
Bumpy
every
ride.
I do it in every car.
Really?
Like I'll be driving in my car and hold on to it sometimes. I got big shoulders. I don't know. I was so conscious of it that I let go of the strap because I didn't want him to think I was holding on to it because I was scared of him driving.
Yeah, that would bother
wouldn't
me if
do
you're
that.
holding onto a
Yeah.
strap.
I do it in every car that I'm in. Really? You guys don't do that?
No.
I can't think of a time where I have. Somebody did call with a theory about this particular story.
Okay, again, just to recap, a man from Syracuse arrested in Victor after police say he was doing 101 and a 65, did not have a driver's license, according to police, was driving a rental car he was not authorized to drive, according to police. The authorized driver was in the passenger seat, also 14-year-old daughter in the back car.
They were wondering because it was a rental car. Is it possible this person was like, it was a cool car and they wanted to see how fast it went?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
okay.
see how fast this baby goes.
Well, do they rent cool cars?
Yeah, you can rent any car. Yeah, they got nice
No, you
cars.
can't rent any car. I'm not going to get like a,
No, but you can rent like a faster car. You can rent, I mean, there's higher end. I mean, there's
you can
levels
rent
of
a
rental
fast car, slow
Little
car,
car,
big car,
wide
small,
car.
rig car. No, I mean, like, when I think
Old
fast
people
car,
car.
like, I've never seen a place that's going to, like, rent me a sports car that's not specialty rental car. You know what I'm saying?
No, but it doesn't like all the rental
think
car
you can-
places have higher end
Yeah.
like sports cars.
Do they?
that you can,
I think
yeah,
so.
they'll charge you.
Okay.
Maybe not in Rochester because it's a smaller
Probably not as
market.
common.
But Syracuse, though, that bustling metropolis.
Wide ass Syracuse is wide open.
No, I mean, like, if the guy's if he rents a Lamborghini from
No,
It would be interesting
budget
to
rent a
know
car, I
Yeah,
get it.
you're in
what
Miami.
kind of car it was because they don't say.
I would be worried driving 101 just for the sake of my car.
Oh yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
sure.
I don't think I'm positive. I've never got it up that fast. And every other car that I've driven in the past would have shaken to pieces had we hit 101.
Yes.
Would have gone back in time.
I don't think all your cars together back in the day could hit 100.
Wait, I had that truck that went from 0 to 60 in like 7 minutes.
It went from zero to garbage.
Cereal to garbage, Kimmy. It went from cereal to garbage.
Zero to garbage.
Are you done with this cereal? I'm throwing it in the garbage. Tommy Muley, professional broadcaster. Let's take a break. I mean, driving 101 and 65, not safe.
Yeah.
Right? We are lucky. We live at a time.
In a time.
Thank you. Where you really don't have to think about how safe your food is. We take it for granted.
Yeah.
Although there have been a lot of stories that may be starting to change the way people feel, and there is a recall story.
Dirty food.
Yeah, I guess we need to tell you about. And people used to ignore recalls. I promise you, no one will ignore this.
And it's chow.
Look, man, there's something about this food. Like, even when it's good,
Yeah.
people are like, ah.
Oh.
When you find out it's not, we'll get into it next here at the break room. On CMF. It does feel like the tide is changing as far as paying attention to recalls.
Oh.
Right? Because there was a while where, okay, I'm fine, I'm going to roll the dice. And then that whole cold cut thing happened.
It got a little scary.
Oh, we're a little scary. People died.
At the counter with the ticket in their hand still. 7.
It's weird that they didn't have the cold cuts, yet they died from them.
7. That's how dangerous those cold cuts were.
But I promise you,
Right.
based on the climate that we're in now with the food recalls and this specific food, people are paying attention to
This
this
is
one.
bad, huh?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF in just a little while. It's Tuesday, 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Back to our regularly scheduled time.
Let's do it.
Where they whining, coming at you. Get ready. Massage those brains here in the break room on CMF. It was announced over the weekend. The FDA has issued a Class 1 recall, which is the most severe
This
recall
is number 1.
for salmon sold at Costco.
Oh, smoked salmon.
Yes, smoked salmon that Costco sells has been recalled, Class 1 recall, a high level for a risk of potential listeria contamination.
Seems important.
A little bacteria.
Kirkland's signature smoked salmon in twin 12-ounce packages dated, best by date 11/13/2024. So you probably already ate it.
Yes, it's already,
Because I don't know how many people are holding on to salmon.
Seems like something you
6 months later.
Beyond the expiration date, yeah.
Expired salmon. Hey, okay, I got this expired smoked salmon here.
Oh, God.
All right, you're a guy who loves fish.
I love salmon.
If you had this sitting in your fridge,
Yeah.
would you roll the dice?
It's out of date?
Let's say it's
in date.
Let's say it's in date, but they put out this warning.
No, I ain't messing with fish.
No kidding.
Like, fish is so temperamental to begin with. Like, you have to eat fish immediately. Like, it doesn't even work day later. You know what I mean?
Well, after it's already prepared.
Like,
Wait,
if
no.
I wouldn't eat day-old fish that, like, was cooked. Let's say I wouldn't take fish home, like, if I couldn't finish it at a restaurant.
No,
Like a
that
fish
I get.
fry?
It's prepared.
Yeah. It's fully cooked.
Yeah, but I'm saying this is not prepared. It's in a package. You're
Well,
bringing
it's
it
smoked,
home.
but
Yeah.
it's past the expiration date. I ain't touching it.
All right, but if it was not past the expiration date, but they let the warning out there, a listeria
No,
warning, you
I'm
ready?
not touching it.
Because it's so funny. Every other thing, you're like, bah.
Well, there's
I think
certain
it's-
what?
Something about fish.
What?
Fish you're already a little bit nervous
Yeah.
about. You know what I mean? Or it's a food that you think more about than a lot of those other foods.
'Cause
But
you gotta
even
be so
without
careful
the
with it.
warning,
Yeah.
you know, like if there's anything kind of slightly off about it, you're like, no. Most people aren't taking the chance just based on like just the idea of it. I think.
But it's funny because that's every raw food.
True.
What you are describing is every raw food. But for some reason, we only treat fish that way.
Yeah.
Well, because it's so stinky
Okay.
and it has such a short shelf life.
and if you get some weird texture or something, you're like, nope, not gonna chance it.
Fish has to be perfectly fresh. It can't, like to Kimmy's point, it can't be off just a little bit, man. Because then I don't want it.
Okay, you're also a fish snob.
I am. I love fish. I love the taste of it. That fishy taste, the ocean, and the pinkness of the meat is so delicious.
I'm not going to give you the satisfaction.
Or she did last night.
God damn it.
Thank you, Mama. Pass it, Mama. Yeah.
Everything you're describing about how dangerous food can be left out and treated wrong, that applies to beef.
I agree.
We don't think about it.
I will treat beef completely different. And like cold cuts, salami, cheese. Like if you told me that there was a cheese, take the same conversation, cheese.
Yeah.
God, eat that cheese. Cheese is like indestructible.
So no, it's not. You can get sick eating
No,
bad cheese.
Italians eat cheese that's been sitting around for days
Well,
outside.
I
It's
know a
almost
lot-
runny.
I know a lot of people too that'll just chalk it up to it's mold anyways.
Yeah.
No, but
That's
like
how they make the cheese in the first place.
But
It's
Immigrants
bad milk.
treat cheese
Yeah.
way differently.
No,
like my grandparents.
immigrants treat
They
cheese way
do.
differently. Tommy's running for president.
They treat it like a redheaded stepchild.
No,
they no concern.
but the cheese you're describing that is authentically made that way, there's a process to doing
Yeah,
it that
no,
keeps
you're right.
it safe.
I think it's
you
just
can't
to justify it.
You can't just leave a hunk of cheese out on the counter for 10 days and eat it.
But like my grandparents and stuff, even my parents would do that stuff.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the FDA. They issued a Class 1 recall for smoked salmon that have been sold at Costco. They're worried about risk of listeria, and Class 1's the biggest one, and I will quote them. Situation where there is a reasonable probability that use of, exposure to, or the violative product will cause serious adverse health consequence or death. By the way, listeria, do not mess with that.
So
It's bad. So bad, in fact, that the risk of listeria for pregnant women, you're not allowed to eat certain cold cuts.
Oh, really?
Like while you're pregnant.
No kidding.
My wife, first thing she wanted after she had the baby was a turkey sub.
You can't have turkey?
No,
you
risk
know,
of
any,
listeria.
yeah.
Wait, you get that's
Uncooked, well, not uncooked, but you get what I'm saying. Cold cuts away they come.
Yeah.
There's
But usually they're smoked or something.
I don't know. Well, it's bad. It's the risk is high enough where pregnant women can't eat cold cuts.
Right. Because I've eaten. Like, have you ever had like? Well, you don't eat fish. So you wouldn't.
I eat some fish.
But you don't eat raw fish. You don't eat sushi.
No, that's gross.
Have you ever had beef, like raw beef?
Yes, I have that. Yeah, but that was only with your mom.
How was it though?
Stringy.
Would you tell other people about my mom?
I
Would you recommend my mom's beef to other people?
well, I mean, look. Let's put it this way. It's gonna cover your whole face.
You know, I get it.
You encouraged this.
Yeah,
you
you
talked him right up to it.
Yeah, I know.
No, I've had like raw beef before.
Yeah,
I liked it,
I love it.
and I'll eat.
But that's a risk, man.
I just
I
trust.
feel like they wash this thing.
Well, I ain't getting it on from a food truck.
No,
like
but
I
like
trust the
yeah,
people making it.
Beef tartare, it's delicious.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Are you when you have something and let's say you're looking at it, it's like it's on the expiration date or it's close to the expiration date. Are you the type of person that when you Google it and it says you shouldn't eat it, you're still like, close enough? Or are you somebody that will proceed with caution, like, nah, better safe than sorry? Because I think I'm the type of person that'll push it if it looks okay.
I toss.
Right, on the date?
Oh yeah,
Like,
I ain't risk
Google
it. I'm not gonna
says
risk.
it. I probably should throw
Why
it
risk
away.
it?
It's an arbitrary number.
No, they did their research. They know when this thing starts going bad. Ain't no arbitrary.
Arbitrary. You don't know what that means, man.
And, it's religion or
It's a
something.
Catholic school word.
Says at the most 3 days. It's been 4, so they're just telling me that to be.
I'll
cautious.
go 2. I didn't think you'd go a full 4.
No,
You
I was just
shouldn't
throwing out
go
a number.
4.
I go 2. 2 days
Depending
after
on
the
what it
expo.
is.
Why
I'll eat it.
risk it and get sick over a couple of dollars?
What are the odds?
'Cause that's
The
what
odds
I-
are you can die.
No, I agree with you. Don't do that. But I do it. I'll tell you what's really frustrating.
What?
So, does anybody in this room have white bread in their house?
White bread.
White bread, like a loaf of white
Like
bread.
London? No.
Okay, so we're bitches.
Yeah.
I grew up on white bread.
Well, of course
Yeah.
you did.
Okay, so switched over to the healthy bread.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, the multi-grain.
Yeah, and it goes bad so fast.
Oh, it does.
Like in a week, it'll be moldy, and
Yeah.
it makes me so mad because I want to eat the bread. But I don't know what's going to happen if I eat the mold.
But you don't eat bread every day, right? So you only eat on your
Yeah.
cheat day.
No, I make myself peanut butter toast on Saturday mornings.
So you're only using like 2 pieces of bread.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I get
All
the half.
week?
Do you make sandwiches? Like, do your kids use it for sandwiches?
Sometimes,
and stuff?
yeah. But it's not enough to eat it. I'll also make peanut butter toast on Sunday mornings if we're not
Ooh,
going out to
that's
breakfast.
what I call high
Spicy.
living
Bro,
there.
can I tell you, man?
Life in the fat lane.
I get so excited to wake up and eat peanut butter toast on Saturdays. Ooh, it's peanut butter toast
How
day.
sad are you?
2 slices of peanut butter toast, banana, yogurt.
Wow.
Pretty exciting.
That is wild.
Now, let's take a break. Let's do something more exciting.
Okay.
All right, Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. We are back to our regularly scheduled
Yeah.
schedule.
Mm-hmm.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to guarantee getting in, you better move, and you better move now.
Move your ass.
Where they whining? We figure it out next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, buddy.
the Bill season is over,
What?
and we're devastated by it.
We're going to do with all these chips?
So we now only have one thing to look forward to every week.
What's that?
Thank goodness it is Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
It is 9 o'clock. And it is now that time. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It is where they whinin'. If you are new to the show, we will explain it in just a second. If you want to watch two men scream at each other live on camera, you can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Our live stream is up. Tommy's already got his smug-ass look on his face, even though he's going to fall on his stupid, ugly head.
I'm ready, bro.
If you are new to where they whinin', here is how this works. Kimmy has a post from one of the neighborhood apps. She has been sent by you, and we really appreciate it. She has taken out all street names and town references, obvious things that'll tip off where this happened.
Yeah.
But there's enough in there, enough clues,
Ooh, clues.
where if you listen,
You have to listen.
you'll be able to figure out where it happened.
All right.
And again, it is where the post is tagged that we are going with, Kimmy.
Yep.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. You call us up, you guess, and we figure out where they whining. All right, folks are on hold. You look prepared.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm pumped.
Well, I can tell you're pumped. I am pumped.
I wasn't lollygagging in Kansas City all weekend. I was preparing for this bit.
Lollygagging in Kansas City is one of my favorite blues tunes. Did BB do that one?
No, he didn't have the rights to it.
Kimmy, let's do it.
I'm going to Kansas City, baby. Gonna be lollygagging all the time.
You could have just said lollygagging in Kansas City with his voice. It's all we wanted. Kimmy.
Yeah.
Lollygagging is gone.
Shut up. Let's give him good radio. Go ahead.
Pittsburgh! Victor! Where they whining?
I want to offer up some advice to my fellow homeowners, specifically new homeowners, on proper outdoor furniture maintenance. The weather's getting colder and the season is changing, so it is time to take care of your things. Either bring it inside, or if you're too lazy to do that, tie it down with a proper cover. I am so sick of chasing your airborne cushions around when those blustery winds kick up. It's definitely gotten windier in our area It's definitely gotten windier in our area the last few years thanks to land development and the clearing of wooded areas.
Ah, new development.
Please,
Yeah, that's what she just said.
Clue.
Please, stop making me play the guessing game of what belongs to who.
What?
Of what belongs
Of
to
what?
who. I think the next time stuff lands in my yard, I'm leaving it all at the curb for you to pick up on your own. We can all do more to stop being wasteful and take care of our things. Newsflash, if you don't let your patio furniture rot, it'll last you much longer.
That's true.
You can tell
Shut up.
You can tell what the inside of a person's home looks like by the way they treat their outdoor things. Just something to keep in mind if you're thinking of avoiding seasonal maintenance.
All right, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, what do you hear, buddy?
So, this has to be an area where people have nice backyards.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess in that case, I hadn't thought about.
No, because you have outdoor
yeah.
lawn furniture. Like most people on the west side, their outdoor lawn furniture is their old furniture from the inside. I know a guy that had a couch that became the outside couch.
How dare you speak of my outside couch?
You all
like
were sitting around chain smoking like you were on Miami.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
The amount of burn holes we had in that old wet couch.
So this ain't no Gates, bro.
Okay. So it's not where they not whining.
I know, but I'm thinking it's a more a nicer area, but it also said new development.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking they whining out in your neck of the woods of Henrietta.
Damn.
Because it's wide open and a lot of nice backyards with nice new stuff, nice young families.
Damn it.
It's cushions blowing.
Wait, your mom was there and they call her Cushions? All right, you got Henrietta. Okay.
Come on.
Let me think. Let me think for a second. Because there are only a couple of towns that have new developments happening, Henrietta being one of them. You're right that there are other certain towns that are so tight to the city of Rochester that it would be impossible.
It ain't happening.
Okay. I'm going to stick in that general area.
Go ahead, gravy trainer.
I'm not gravy training nothing.
You just said it.
Whoa. No. Well, you know, we all know what happened here.
That was going to be my pig.
I know. I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I did not say that. I
You
did not.
didn't say it technically, but
No, but you made a.
But what?
You gestured.
But
you
what?
know,
You gestured. You have to
just-
tell.
You showed some emotion.
Yeah.
Is a man not allowed to show emotion in this crazy world we live in?
I wouldn't do it in this room.
They whining in Chilai.
Chilai.
There's a ton of new development out in Chilai.
I lie.
There's also it's the elevation is higher than in some other places. Your ears pop when you drive down Chilai Avenue.
The mountains of Chilai. Yeah, right there about Chilai.
No, I mean I think that now that I'm thinking about it, I like Chilai that more.
Oh wait. You like?
Oh wait, why would you like it more?
I like it
even
more
better
than
my
Now that
pick.
No,
you're
I didn't say
thinking
that. No,
about
I
it.
like
Yeah.
Chilai more than I liked it a second ago. Is what I was. If you guys wouldn't have cut me off
Wow,
so
so
rudely.
you're growing on it.
You're growing on
Yeah.
You're so dumb you can't even outsmart someone in the most basic of ways.
Because you're kind of making a reference to my pick.
No, I did. Did I say anything?
I
I said I
we
like.
called you out
Technically,
and
the
you
words
dialed it
didn't
back.
happen.
No, now I like Chilai more than I
pulled it
liked
back.
Chilai before. Stop that with your hands.
You pulled it back.
Oh, here. No. All right.
All right.
There was one rule and one rule only.
What's that rule?
You get one pick.
Okay, that's good.
If we pick up the phone,
Mhm.
excuse me, we try this again. If you're listening, sitting on hold, and somebody already picked the time you were going to pick, you got two options. You can hang up the phone, try again next week. We won't be mad. Or pick another town. If we answer the phone and you say, well, I was going to say, but then I went, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner gets all final calls. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's kick it off with everyone's least favorite. Christine's on CMF.
Oh.
Christine, where are they whining?
Least favorite, huh? Nice. Well, good morning, Kimmy. Good morning, Tommy. I am going to go with...
No, she didn't say my name.
I'm going to go... Stop it. Feeling under the weather, so I'm not quite up to par.
Oh, man.
What's the difference?
But you had to call the show.
Of course, I have nothing better to do. Greece.
Why Greece?
Well, I remember one Pacific person that I didn't name was all upset of the pool floaties that were flying around, and the person said, if they wind up in my yard, you're not getting them back. Well, let's put furniture in with that. So I'm going to say it's the same person who whines about the pool floaties. It's Greece.
Okay. Christine, we got you for Greece. Listen, I want you to feel better. Why don't you take a nap for like 2 or 3 weeks and not call the show for a while, huh? Good luck if you'll feel better.
No, I'm going to say something, but that's okay. Bye.
Ooh.
You know it's going to be bad when they say, I was going to say, oh, wait a minute. She kind of disqualified herself.
She stuck with her pick.
I was going to
She never
say.
hinted at anything else.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say that they're whining in Webster.
Why?
Kind of sticking with a similar theme. We need a lot of housing developments that are close together. They're nice enough to have patios, decently sized patios.
Patio country.
And it's windy because we're right off of Lake
Oh.
Ontario. I mean, it's windy everywhere, but
Yeah.
we're right off Lake Ontario. Got a decent amount of wind going through Webster. And I know there's a couple areas that in recent years, it didn't say it had to be this year,
Nah, you
but in
blew it.
recent
You know
years
it.
have been built up out in Webster.
I was going to
So,
say, my argument
I'm going
against Webster, no, my argument against Webster was not enough new development, man. Not enough
Oh.
space to move. Man, you got your green spaces and the stuff already built. Man, Webster's full. Okay?
Man, I don't know. Listen, Duffy, right now you're on thin ice. You really have no room to argue with anybody.
What are you,
Yeah,
my
you
mother?
If you're lucky, you haven't been disqualified.
Cody, thanks for wasting everybody's time, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to James. James, where are they whining, buddy?
Honey Lake Falls.
What? Okay, Tommy's
Honey Lake
drinking,
Falls.
or else he would pounce
How-
on you and hate you so much.
How do you come up with that?
Honey Lake Falls?
Yeah.
Because it's a developing area. I mean, there's a lot of development going on out there.
Well, you got to talk about the winds whipping around the plains of Highway Halls. James,
But,
never have we ever. Have we?
I called like, I think I was the first. I had to be because whoever it was that answered the phone said it's going to be a long wait because I was one of the first people. And then I'm like the third down, But you guys should pick last.
All right. Hey, any
Anything
other
else?
groundbreaking, interesting
Yeah.
stuff you want to say, or because I think there's still some people awake. Christine actually went and took her nap when you started talking, James.
You guys have a great one.
You too. Bye, James.
Tell me what to do.
Okay, we are on a hell of a run of
Oh,
free
yeah.
calls here, right? I'm begging anybody listening to the show.
Mm-hmm.
We got folks sitting on hold now. Make it better.
Yes.
Be better. 252 WCMF 2529263. You know, guy who always brings it.
Oh, buddy boy.
Barber, where they whining, buddy?
I'll go with Victor.
Why Victor?
Because in the last 15 years, one suburb that has really had a lot of building and suddenly overpopulation, and the streets just can't handle the traffic flow. Victor, people don't complain nothing about so many new people being there, so they're clearing the trees and everything to build all the new houses.
What are you saying?
Jesus.
The word, okay, using the word overpopulation in the town of Victor makes me laugh out
Yes.
loud. It's not India, man.
Yeah.
No, but the people who were there before when it was a quaint town were happy with it, and now there's all these influx
Ruined.
of new people that they're complaining about all the time about the traffic.
But you don't live in Victor.
So I don't even go through it either.
How do you know this, Barber?
Because you hear about it.
From who?
It's always been talked about.
What are you talking about?
How 96 needs to be widened.
Okay.
You can't get through the town. It takes
What's
like
that got
20
to do
minutes
with
get
the
through
No,
furniture?
no, no,
one
no, no,
stop
no,
at
no,
a
no, no,
time.
no, no, no.
What?
One more question.
Go ahead.
Barber, how many people do you know that live in Victor?
I know too. And
You
the
lie.
third
You just
one, he
made that
moved
up
away.
because you knew what I was going to say. Why you lie?
Hey,
Barber?
he just had Tom Golisano.
Now he's chasing the geese out off the pond.
Yeah, I hear there's a lot of
Never
geese
get frozen.
overpopulation.
And
Going
that's
on.
another thing. Most of those houses out there have like super high-end furniture
Also,
that they
when
put
were
away.
you last at Victor?
They
Just
take.
curious.
I go to Victor all the time. Yeah,
Look at how offended.
I'm
Look, how
just
dare you?
I go.
How
I go.
dare
I
you?
go to the mall. I got friends out that way.
You don't know anyone that lives in Victor either.
I thought I did.
Barber, we got
Oh,
you.
and Pat,
Yes.
did you see on Kincaid's drop pass a defensive lineman for Kansas City was lined up off sides and they never called it?
Oh, there was a flag
They
on the
shouldn't
play.
call it.
I mean,
Let's do it over.
shut up. I'm going to punch you, Mr. No.
Not fair.
Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. A couple of guys who know no one from Victor, Barber and Tommy. 252 WCMF. All right, sit tight. Can we get a reread
Sure
for the
can.
folks that are just joining us? Thank you. Take your time over there.
All right.
We're disaster.
I want to offer up some advice to my fellow homeowners, specifically new homeowners, on proper outdoor furniture maintenance. The weather's getting colder and the season is changing, so it is time to take care of your things. Either bring it inside or, if you're too lazy to do that, tie it down with a proper cover. I'm so sick of chasing your airborne cushions around when those blustery winds kick up. It's definitely gotten windier in our area the last few years, thanks to land development and the clearing of wooded areas. Please, 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 stop making me play the guessing game of what belongs to who. I think the next time stuff lands in my yard, I'm leaving it at the curb for you to pick up on your own. We can all do more to stop being wasteful and take care of our things. Newsflash, if you don't let your patio furniture rot, it'll last much longer. You can tell what the inside of a person's home looks like by the way they treat their outdoor things. Just something to keep in
you got
mind
told on.
True that.
if you're thinking of avoiding seasonal maintenance.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy's in Henrietta. I am in Chilai. Christine, bored everyone with grease. Cody's out in Webster, even though they haven't built anything new in Webster since Tommy's house. James is in Honeyway Falls because, it's pretty building out there. Barber's in Victor and dropped a bunch of Victor knowledge on us, despite the fact that he talks to no one from Victor. 252 WCMF 252-9263. That's the smartest man we know.
Who's that?
Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, where they whining, buddy?
Penfield.
Penfield. Why Penfield?
Oh, this day.
If you see between 5 Mile Line and 250 over there, along
That's 255 for those doing math.
There is way too many new houses, and then actually I saw a lot of patios still outside right now.
Okay, Teddy.
He's an eyewitness.
Okay, this is every.
He seems to know what he's talking about.
All right, Teddy. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you in your Penfield pick?
100%.
That's
100%.
That's way more than 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. So, Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to. Let's go with. No, I'm going to save her because she got to go first last week. Let's talk to Kevin. Kevin, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Duffy, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Kevin. I missed you.
I'm going to say Canandaigua.
Why Canandaigua?
I live out there quite a bit with Amazon, and I see a lot of my directions for new development, and as Tommy would say, wide open, which it is, and I'm going to say it's got to be that.
All right, first of all, you did wide open wrong. If you're going to do it the way Tommy does it, you got to actually do it.
Wide open.
All right, now you try, Kevin.
But again, my post, I would say Canandaigua.
Okay.
I do not want to participate in your wide open game.
Is that the line where Kevin drives? Man, you must be a blast in the sack, buddy. I'm going to keep my shirt on. I'm going to put my penis through the hole of the underpants. Kevin, thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I was raised to not say, wow, I'd like that. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dan. Dan, where are they whining, buddy?
They whining in Ontario.
Why Ontario?
So there's a lot of new development out in Ontario in the last couple of years because it used to be Webster and Penfield was it, but now it's headed further east, and there is all kinds of development out
They're
there.
pushing out east, bro. They're pushing east.
Well, I hear it's all full.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Dan, I'm going to ask you a question because I think I know where your brain went, and you tried to sound smarter than you actually are. Are you ready?
Whatever.
Go for it, buddy.
Okay. Did you pick Ontario because of the wind that was brought up, because you drive past the wind, what do you call those things?
Windmills?
Yeah, thank you. Windmills every time you drive down 104.
No, I work in Webster actually.
Okay.
And we work with a lot of home builders.
Okay.
So a lot of the home builders, like you guys were saying earlier, are moving further east.
Mm-hmm.
And Ontario is the place to go right now.
That's what we were talking about earlier.
Wagons East, buddy.
Yeah.
Dan, we got you for
It's the reverse. We're going this way now.
Dan, we got you for Ontario, buddy. Thank you. I think what amazes me, because this is my favorite and most hated segment at the same time every week, when people are like, "Oh, I've seen it. I know this." That's why the game is the game, because it happens in every town. Like there's one little itty bitty thing that's going to push it over the edge. Yeah, no, of course it happens in every town. Why is this so hard? 252 WCMF. A woman who Rochester men fall in love with every time we have her on the air. Alex is on CMF. Alex, where are they whining?
I'm going to go with Farmington.
Alex, Jesus. What are you doing?
Listen, man, I'm throwing a dart. It's a high-end town. It's got a lot of new residential
All right,
development.
pause.
Farmington's a high-end town? I mean, it's like a regular town.
It's got farm in the name.
Yeah.
It's not
just
Dimington.
They just got money, I feel like, there.
Farmington?
I don't know, man.
It has money there if you take it to Canandaigua.
I mean, no, like
Canandaigua is a high-end town. Farmington's is a regular town.
Farmington is a town that is stuck between two high-end towns in Victor and Canandaigua.
Yeah, very true.
You could have thrown a dart anywhere and hit a high-end town except for where you picked, Alex.
Listen, man, every single time you guys trash my pick, I mean, the last two times you guys trashed my pick, I won.
She does have 2 stars.
Can I help you out a little bit then? Because you so dumb.
Oh, you dumb, Alex! Why you so dumb, Alex?
Now you're gonna win.
Huh?
Now your dumbass is gonna win.
Alex, always great to talk to you. I'm sorry you sucked it so hard this week.
Have a good one.
Bye. That came out right.
High-end town of Farmington.
Is Farmington high-end?
No, it's a regular town.
Well, look, I'll be honest.
Honestly,
you
I don't
described
know
it
a whole lot
perfectly.
about
It's between two high-end neighborhoods.
Well, technically this is gonna get technical now because everybody's gonna call and be like, technically, Victor's in Farmington.
It is?
No, they're two separate towns.
I thought it was the town of Victor, not the village of Victor.
Right.
Well, doesn't Farmington incorporate like a large? I don't know.
Okay, no. Look,
Everybody always yells at me when stuff overlaps. So I'm like, I don't know.
I will admit.
Just going by where it's tagged.
I will admit I am naive to the ways of Farmington.
Yeah.
Okay? I only really know it for the casino and driving through.
Yeah, you drive through it to go to Canandaigua.
But there's never been a part of Farmington I've seen where I was like, damn.
No. It's not designed to be that way.
It's not designed. I talked to the guy who designed it. It's not supposed to be that way. My car don't go that way.
No, it doesn't.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining, buddy?
Morning. Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
Because I'm feeling Spencerport.
Spencerport's sold out, bud. They got no place to keep growing. Where are they building new stuff at Spencerport? You're going to have to build it on the canal.
Then maybe they are.
And they're building barges.
Yes.
Maybe they're doing that too.
No, I'm serious. Chris, is there any space in Spencerport left to build anything?
Not anymore because they just built it all.
Okay, Chris, great logic. Thanks for the call, buddy. 252 WCMF. Again, building.
Yes.
Building. Nobody's knocking anything down. We're building out.
Developments.
Wide open spaces like Farmington. 252 WCMF. Ladies trying to get in, buddy.
Let them in,
They must
baby.
be watching you on the live stream going, want some of the bowling alley carpet socks he's got on.
These are so comfortable.
Nacho cheese somebody dropped on him. Molly, where are they whining?
Paulie?
I can
Paulie.
definitely tell you it's not the socks.
Okay. All right, hold on, Molly. While I have you here, are you watching the live stream?
No.
Oh, damn it. All right, go ahead, Molly. Where are they whining?
Hilton.
Why Hilton?
Because they're selling off all the farmland and building these huge houses
Is that true?
everywhere. Yeah.
Of course you're going to say, yeah. Is that true? No, I lied. I'm out. Kimmy, so we're going back to your hometown now, and I don't know how often you go through Hilton anymore. Are they selling off the farmland and building big-ass houses in Hilton?
I'm trying to think the last time I was out that way. Maybe. I don't know.
Great.
I haven't. It's possible.
North of town.
North of town. Yeah, it's a Hilton resident. Are you from Hilton, Molly?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm up there north of town.
Isn't that the lake?
Yeah, they're building barges. They bring them from Spencerport. Molly, thanks for the call. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Trevor. Trevor, where they whining?
So I'm going to say Irondequoit.
Wait, what do you mean now you're going to say?
No. I'm just Irondequoit.
That is the worst pick of all.
Why is that?
It doesn't match up to the bet.
No, what are you talking about?
Let's see.
Hold on.
Well, I'm last in line. What do you guys expect?
You're not last in line. Well, why? Did you have somewhere else you wanted to be?
No, Irondequoit. See you later, Duffy. Better luck next year, Bills.
By the way, you have the most Trevor voice I've ever heard. Like, if you were to say, this man is Trevor, and I've never heard your voice, I could be doing an impression of you immediately.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It's not. Trevor, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Where's the new development in Irondequoit?
Thank you. Yeah, they built a new roller coaster at Seabreeze.
Yeah.
That's about it. All right, we finish it. A man who is going through a new life development.
Well, what happened?
Well, I know. We're following him along his journey.
Oh, I didn't know he was on a new journey.
No, well, where have you been the whole time? He's single again.
Oh, that's true.
He's dating. 252-WCMF.
Well, he's kind of dating.
Oh, he went on a date?
Kind of a date.
All right, let's talk to Ben. Ben, before we get there, have you gone on a second date yet?
We are going Friday.
Yeah. What do you take?
This time we are making the go-karting happen, damn it. We're making it happen. But anyway.
Why, did you return bottles and cans?
Yeah, actually I did. I picked them up on my route at work. But anyways.
Hold on, stop. That was a joke, right? You were joking?
Yes, that was 100% a joke, dude. Come on. But, so I'm going to go with Brockport.
Why
because I feel like they're if I remember right, they're building new developments in the old farmland out there.
Old farmland
up north.
Yeah, ye old farmland. So that's why I'm going with that.
Okay. Well, Ben, listen. I wish you luck on finding more cans to make your date even
Yeah,
better.
that girl's gonna have a hell of a time.
Yeah.
These go-karts runs on cans.
Go-kart Ben.
Hey, Ben, can I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Because I just looked something up here. And it says in the history of men that have taken women go-karting, less than 0.5% have gotten laid after it. I'm just letting you know right now.
Less than half. Well, maybe I'll be that tipping scale. It'll make it more than half.
All right, Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest
I
of the
can't
day.
imagine a woman going go-karting and go, yeah, this is going somewhere.
Well,
this is leading to something.
It does vibrate a little bit.
Yeah, but her hands are already going to be tired. Like, she's going to be done with her hands for the night.
All right. Tommy is in Henrietta. I am in Chili. Christine is in Greece. Cody's in Webster, even though they got no space to build anything left. James wasted everyone's time with Honeyway Falls. Barber's out in Victor and told us a bunch of Victor facts, despite the fact that he doesn't live in Victor, doesn't go to Victor, and then lied about knowing two people in Victor. Teddy's in Penfield because, 250 and 5 Mile Line Road down there. I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes. Kevin is in Canandaigua. We didn't hate that one.
No.
But then he wouldn't do the wide open, so
Yes.
Kevin sucks. Dan is in Ontario. Alex is in Farmington. High-end Farmington.
Yeah.
Chris is in Spencerport, even though, again, there's no room to build anything in Spencerport. Molly's out in Hilton because they're building a new house on the farmland up north. Trevor is in Irondequoit. Most Trevor voice ever. That was your least favorite pick.
Yeah.
And then Ben is in Brockport, and if you see him, throw some cans at him to help him out with his date this weekend. Kimmy, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Spencerport.
Nobody feels confident today.
Yates.
Oh, you don't feel confident? Why didn't you?
Where they whining?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
We've got a winner.
Oh, tell me it happened.
And you guys aren't going to like it.
No, No, you're not gonna like it.
I know.
I love how you hear.
Did I make her dream come true?
No.
Oh.
I love it. Can I just point out, Tommy is such a voice mimicker. He hears your voice get excited, and even though it's bad news for us, he goes, yeah.
Well,
if you're going to murder Tommy, hey, I'm going to rob you. Okay, it's great.
It's like your dog when you say something in a high-pitched voice.
Exactly
You're so ugly. Anyways, this week, they whining. A man at the last minute came through because they whited in Brockport.
No kidding. Wow, Ben.
That was Ben?
That was Ben. He just
I didn't
picked
think we were
it.
going to have a winner this week.
It's all going his way.
I will say this.
What?
I mean, there are people that believe that, things come in bunches.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the one thing that ain't going to happen on that date. Unless he does it in his go-kart seat. Sir, we're going to have to charge you for that.
Please stop.
Is that what Ben
Please
said?
stop. Please stop.
When he's losing in a go-kart.
And they shut down our live stream.
So Ben wins where they won. I'm happy for the kid.
I am
happy
too.
for him.
I'm pulling for the kid.
He's got the date coming up.
Man, nice.
He's found a bunch of kids on his route.
Yes,
I mean,
coming up.
I think it's going to happen for him.
I think it's going to happen.
And think how impressed his date's going to be when he tells him or tells her, "I won where they won."
Yes.
This week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Panty remover instantly. Let's take a break. There are a bunch of kids from St. John Fisher College that are about to have a once-in-a-lifetime experience under the guise of work. Because, look, if you want to be in the building for this, it'll cost you minimum $7,000.
$7,000
per person. Now, they're working, but they'll get to say, I was there.
Okay.
Kimmy brings up a good question, though. You think you want to do this.
Right.
But when you get there.
No turning back now.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. 2 warnings.
Warning.
1, never see how the sausage is made. 2, never meet your heroes.
Okay.
Because on the surface, this is an unbelievable opportunity for 10 kids going to school in our area.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Kimmy, we can also base this on personal experience. Sometimes that thing you love, you want to stay as far away from the inside as possible.
Yes, it might ruin it for you.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So as we know, the Bills are not going to New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But there are 10 kids from our area that are.
Lucky.
Students from St. John Fisher University are getting an opportunity to intern with the NFL for the Super Bowl weekend.
Damn.
So they'll be flying out to New Orleans. They study sports management at Fisher. They interned with the Bills during training camp, and apparently they did such a good job, they will now get this opportunity with the NFL itself at the Super Bowl. And it says in the story, Kimmy, on 10, that they will be inside the Superdome doing, I guess, whatever the NFL needs them to do.
This is so unbelievably cool.
A little bit of a mystery there. Very generic description.
I mean, you never know what you're going to see.
Sure.
You're right.
You could have a cool job. Or one that kind of sucks.
But you don't see anything.
Well, I mean, look, just getting in that building is going to cost you $7,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're
and
there.
you might be
You're
behind the
inside.
scenes a little bit.
You could be behind the scenes.
Right.
Yeah.
You could be so far behind the scenes you don't see nothing.
You could also be handing out programs to people walking through the door right outside the stadium. Could have that.
Right.
You could just be guiding.
Yeah. But even if you have like an unbelievably cool job, right? Let's say you are in the concourse of the stadium, you're on the sideline the entire time. I do want to issue a warning maybe to the younger people that have opportunities
What's the
to do
problem?
stuff like this. If you love something, never get too close to it.
Why? I mean, what could go wrong?
Okay, so Kimmy, you and I, diehard Bills fans, right? And we had the unbelievable fortune of being able to broadcast live from Bills training camp, interact with players, coaches on a daily basis, right? Interview them.
Right.
Became friends with some of them. The majority of that almost ruined being a Bills fan for me.
Well, I mean, some of it's a little boring.
Boring is one thing.
I'll take boring. It's kind of that all the other stuff.
Couple of dicks.
Yeah.
And like guys you wouldn't have expected.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm not even talking. I'm talking about people that like they make decisions and stuff. Like, it's
I understand.
Kind of dicky, right? And then you see things that you're like, you got to be kidding me right now. I don't.
Well, it is behind the scenes, yeah.
Right, like we've told this story before on the air, I believe. Bills head coach Doug Marrone
What a guy.
came on our show.
We were so excited.
Yeah, I mean, we got the guy.
Pretty
and,
cool.
Things were going really well.
It was
for
kind of
him.
the first time as our show, too, we got to have somebody of that magnitude on, right?
Sat
I mean,
down
that
with-
was like when we kind of started.
So let's keep in mind. I mean, granted, you're an NFL head coach. It's only 1 of 32, right? But like at the time, you're the coach of the Buffalo Bills.
Anyway, there's a lot of expectations on that guy because he had a pretty good run at Syracuse, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So people were thinking this is the guy.
Bowl eligible compared to what they were was pretty impressive.
Sure.
So Coach Marrone comes down on our show.
Right.
And he seems like a blue-collar, laid-back
Right, yeah.
guy, right? Okay. So he sits down, and he's got this assistant with him, a guy that works for the Bills. And how it worked was we would have stuff he would autograph for us that we could give away or, like, give to charity
Auction,
and things
yeah,
like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
things like that. So he is asked by one of our workers there, would
Yeah.
you mind signing this before the interview? And he says, seriously, he goes, I'm not going to see this stuff as he's signing it. Ending up on eBay, am I? And I took offense to that. And I had said, no, I don't think we need the $10.
So you insulted him, man.
He insulted us first.
Gotcha. All right.
So not being able to take the joke,
Yeah.
he proceeded to do the entire interview with us, looking
Yes.
at his assistant.
Kind of off. Yes.
I was given information in a question period that I used to ask him a question that was wrong that came from the Bills, from the guy that he was talking to. He then lit me up for
Corrected
having
you.
my information wrong,
Right.
Blamed the media. It came from that guy.
Right. Yeah, it came from the Bills.
It could not have been a worse interaction.
Yeah.
And it made me
And
hate
we never saw him again.
God, Kimmy. Because
But he was gone after that.
Yeah, that was his
yeah,
only.
I
Yeah,
think
remember he
so.
left thinking he was going to get a better
Yeah.
job,
Yeah.
and he never got it.
Yeah.
And now he's the
Yeah,
offensive.
he wasn't even fired, right?
No, he left because
Yeah,
he
he
thought he was
left.
getting the Jets
forgot
job.
about that.
Right.
And now he's the offensive line coach in New England.
But,
Funny
you
how
know,
life works.
But your show was calling him Coach Pillow Ass.
That was you.
Yeah, your
Fat
show.
Ass. That's your show.
That
The
was
Pat-
after. No, by
that
the way,
was
He
the
didn't even
Pat
make eye
Duffy
contact
Comedy
with me.
Hour.
We didn't say that until
Magical
after
Comedy Hour.
he treated us like a dick. It was so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I know.
Because like from that point on, when he was the coach of the Bills, like they'd show him on
You
TV.
love the Bills, you want to root for him, but you don't want to root for that guy.
That guy sucks.
Yes.
He sucks so hard. And it happened with a couple other players too. And it was
Yeah.
like, well, what am I It really sucks
Yeah.
when you have a negative personal interaction with someone who is a part of something you love.
Right, because you want that thing you see on TV.
Yes.
The fantasy.
Exactly. And like for these
And
kids.
it's not fair to those guys all the time either. I mean, here these guys are working, they're struggling for a job, and here comes Charlie Chucklebutt in his radio hour wanting to have some good times with your marijuana music.
You know what's funny, though, right? You know, Tommy's Mr. Tough Guy, right? Yeah, you don't see nothing to me. I'll get you back till the situation presents itself, and I'm the one that's got to stand up and say something. Well, you sit there, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like the way you coach the football. And he didn't even look at you. Didn't even look at your face.
I believed in Doug.
Doug sucks. God, I hate that guy.
We were all rooting for you.
You want the best part?
What?
I stole one of those autograph things, and it sits in my basement as a trophy.
Well, you got $10?
It would kind of be like, I guess, like working at your favorite restaurant and having the food be ruined for you.
Great point.
Like, I'm never going to be able to enjoy this food again now that I know, like, what's in it, how it's made.
What the kitchen looks like.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, like, here's the thing. To these kids, it's such a great opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm happy for them.
You're probably more likely to do it than not do it and regret. You know what I
Exactly,
mean? Like,
yeah. You
gotta
you'll still
go,
be happy
yeah.
you went and did it, but it just, depending on the way it goes for you.
But the worse the experience, the better the story's going to be 10, 20 years from now.
but it also
when you
ruins
got to
something
see
you love.
something horribly wrong.
You're right, but see, you have no soul, like we talked about earlier. Kimmy's point,
But those
I
are
think,
the fun stories to hear.
no, but like you don't have faith in any humanity, so it's fine for you to feel that way. Kimmy's right. If you love football, if you have these images of these legends
I
that'll be walking
understand.
around and you get treated poorly or you see something like, wait, they do that here? It's over. It ruins it for you.
But later on in life, it's a cooler story. Remember I told you my buddy, he worked in the Catskills for a summer, and he got to meet Johnny Bench, and he got to meet Pete Rose. It was a big, Cincinnati thing. And he was dying to meet them both. And he goes, Pete Rose was just like the nicest guy in the world. He goes, Johnny Bench was the biggest condescending dick. Like, it just deflated him. But he couldn't wait to tell everybody the story how Johnny Bench is a dick.
I can give you the perfect example of how it will ruin you forever.
Ever.
Okay, so again, we're talking about these St. John Fisher University students. They are going to New Orleans to intern for the Super Bowl. There's 10 of them. They study sports management. They intern with the Bills during camp, and they get this opportunity. They're going to be inside the Superdome during the game, which is awesome. But again, you never want to meet your heroes. My brother Ryan, he's done for the year. He's over.
Yeah.
Bills aren't playing anymore. Thank God we're free of him. My brother loves Rob Ray, former Buffalo Sabre Rob Ray. Loves him more than anything in the world.
Tough guy.
So a couple of years ago, I was playing at charity hockey.
Yeah.
Rob Ray was going to be in it, and they needed another skater. So they go, will your brother do it? And I go, absolutely. So I tell Ryan, hey, would you do this? Rob Ray's going to be there. He's over the moon. He is super excited. He's talking about it for weeks. He brings his Rob Ray jersey.
How cool.
Because after the game, he's going to go meet him, ask him to autograph it. So Ryan and I are on Rob Ray's team. We are sitting on the bench with Rob effing Ray.
You were part of Ray's Raiders.
Nope.
Nope.
So Ryan and I are out playing defense together.
Yeah.
Right? It's a charity hockey game. We're going to change. Lazy skate to the bench.
Right.
But I did the same thing he did.
Yeah.
They score while we're changing. Rob Ray was on the ice. He skates over to the bench right to my brother. And he looks my brother in the face. And Rob Ray is a very intimidating man.
Well, wasn't he kind of a goon?
He was the toughest fighter in NHL history. And
oh, really?
Oh, he was scary. He's got that big old head. And respectfully. So he gets in my brother's face, and he points at him, and he goes, if you ever skate that slow again, he's cursing at him too, keep your ass on the bench. I don't want to see you doing that. He's losing it on him. I'm like, whoa. I look
at a charity game.
I look at Ryan.
Yeah.
He's ready to cry. His hero devastated
Yelled
him.
at him.
So after the
And
game.
not in a fun way.
No, not at all. So after the game, I got my Rob Ray sweater too. I go ask him to autograph it for me. Ryan would not leave the dressing room. He would not go
I
near
wouldn't
Rob
go
Ray.
back to that guy.
Yeah, I'd probably be a little nervous.
He was horrified. And credit to Rob Ray, he had heard about the story afterwards. And I guess when the competitive juices get flowing, no matter what age you are, that stuff will happen.
Apparently.
So he then, very cool of Rob Ray, called up me. He ended up coming on the show.
Oh.
And he offered that night, he was going to be at the Amerks game, please tell your brother I have an extra ticket for him. I'd like to watch the game with him, have a good time, couple of beers. Ryan wouldn't go.
He wouldn't go?
Really?
Wouldn't go. And to this day, he has
my
not
God.
spoken about that experience
Wow.
since.
Man, traumatized.
Devastated him. Yeah, why is that fun for you? It's his childhood hero.
I didn't
Kind
do
of
it
must
to
be a
him.
little fun for you too.
I saw how hurt he was. It kind of,
It's
So
kind of
just,
funny.
just telling the story again.
And by the way, your brother's not a professional hockey player. He's a big kid. Probably took him a minute to get over those boards, right?
Well, hey, man, look, it's not about how well you can do it. It's about putting in the effort. And that's what Rob Ray had to say to you. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing around next year on the break room. Let's see WCMF. It's going to be Rapper
Audio Tuesday Rapperoozy.
For a Tuesday break room CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate.
Yes. Hate.
Hate.
Lock her up. No. So 2 weeks ago, for the second time actually, tomorrow will be the third time we have talked about this new way to get hot food in Rochester.
Oh. Yeah.
Home Chow. You remember this?
Yeah.
For those who don't know, it is a vending machine. They are now in all Rochester malls that will give you a hot meal.
Yeah.
You can, things like chicken parm and dumplings. You
walk away with it.
Yeah, you scan your card. Here is a hot meal out of a vending machine for you to enjoy for lunch, dinner, maybe a giant snack.
Oh.
And when we had this discussion, first, this was in a building down in the university area.
Yeah. Was it on Culver?
Yeah, Culver. You're right. We thought, wow, this is an interesting idea. How does it taste?
Yeah.
And then we found out the malls were getting them. And like, wow, why would the mall need this with food courts and restaurants? It must be good if people are going to use it. Tomorrow, we're talking about it because one man hates this. But he doesn't hate the idea of a hot meal out of a vending machine.
What does he hate?
According to this man, this hot meal vending machine is destroying the fabric of America.
Oh.
And I'm not going to lie to you.
It's destroying society.
Yes, it takes a couple of hops to get there, but he gets there.
Okay.
He gets there. And we will tell you why. The Chow vending machine is the reason the nuclear family in America will cease to exist.
Yeah, it's a shame.
He's serious. And we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who also didn't back me up when I tried to stand up to the former Bills head coach.
I don't even think he knew I was in the room. He was like completely not even looking in my direction.
For Tommy, he was like, yeah, he's Coach Pillow. Oh, sorry, sir. Nice to meet you.
Well, I mean, I wanted to give the guy a shot.
Oh, give him a shot. He insulted us out of the gate, and not even like in a ball-busting way. Because if it was ball-busting, that was a pretty funny joke, right? I don't need the $10.
Yeah.
Guy played in the World Football League, put it on eBay. Shut up.
Hey, he was a big star in England.
He was, actually.
He really was, man.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.